25 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their hearts. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Was like a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they were not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well. And they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
D4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be able to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
I gave him a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a maker of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
those who have physical disabilities. They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ń Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbáyìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbáyìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa níbí nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oye. Bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà mọ́ ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nana wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholsterer weather oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí ń ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dédé páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7 a parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ oníyàjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó pa àṣẹnu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wáyé ṣe tó àti bó ṣe rí o lè ríbi tán gbé ń ta ọtí bí tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè wùwàkíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́ lómi lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí wọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣébì náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ owó ìgbà rẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ ń fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ń bí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi board plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ á tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo irú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wá ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of. We get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood, just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have mazonia, we have teak, we have abora, we have idigbo, we have eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that is even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà ti wá ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn wọ̀nyẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. So mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìnyí, iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọrú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe. Irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán, ibi náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn, èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí, èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀pọ̀ wọn gan náà ń dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí. Ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ́rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè o kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán. Bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí, àṣàlẹ̀ lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn. Àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá, ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá. So wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa, àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o. Tó dáadéhùn wa ni wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná. Ìgbà tán ò fún wa, àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa. Wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road, àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó fi dórí omi. But bí náà ṣe ń wá, ìgbà tí Nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédé, ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí NEPA fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí, ó mú ká pọ̀ wá ra generator. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí, gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa, a ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná, ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó, gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yíká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ nígbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on nígbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà má mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ bùrú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni adẹ̀dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà tí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ̀ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ̀ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akonwo. On today's episode, we will be discussing an interesting topic, retaining your femininity as a businesswoman. Discussing this with me today is a seasoned etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. She is a certified international etiquette consultant. She is the CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. She consults with corporate organizations and offers specialized training programs. And she also teaches children at various levels and creates bespoke training sessions for individuals and groups on a variety of etiquette topics. A graduate of estate management from the University of Lagos, she received her etiquette training at Minding Manners International in London. She is a very passionate advocate of the power of etiquette and how it can be harnessed to improve the lives of individuals and ultimately transform a nation. She believes if you must do anything to make a difference in the lives of people, you must do it properly. She is Amanda Amushon. Delighted to have you on Ladies Talking Business today, Amanda.
Thank you for having me, Maureen.
And I'm looking forward to our etiquette talk today.
Same here.
Okay, so in simple terms, can you explain femininity?
Okay, I'll try and be simple.
Oh, please be simple.
I'll give you a proper definition first. So femininity, you can define that as the attributes or qualities that are regarded as characteristic of women. Okay. If I was going to put it in my own terms, in my own words, I would say femininity is the essence of a woman. Everything that makes up her composition. When you look at her attributes, you're talking about her sensitivity, her ability to be emotive. A woman is a nurturer. She's a multitasker. she's warm, she's graceful. I can go on and on. But when you talk about a woman, I just think there's just something about us that lights up a room. So in simple terms, that's the essence of a woman.
So what makes a woman a woman? So those attributes that make her a woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about running a business as a woman. Why is it important for women to retain their femininity while running a business? I know you have a lot to say here, so let's talk about it.
Okay. First of all, women are wired very differently to men. And when you look at the composition of a woman and some of the attributes that she possesses, you would find out that there needs to be a balance. So when you don't have the touch of a woman in business, you know, when you don't have the touch of a woman, there's a vacancy, there's a gap, there's a void, and it's almost like it's not complete. So yes, we have men in business, but we need to bring a woman's touch to whatever it is they do. So we've looked at the attributes of a woman. There's a time where you need a woman to be sensitive when it comes to making business decisions. There's a time when you need a woman's empathetic side, you know. So these things come to play. And I think what I notice is many times women feel that the attributes they have are not valuable. So what tends to happen is we abandon our values and we try and take up values that we can attribute to men. So you hear things like, oh, stay in your lane. This is a man's world, you know, that kind of thing. But the thing is, we need to begin to recognize as women the value that our attributes have and possess. So we know we bring something to the table.
Yeah, we bring the whole table.
Exactly. So if we don't take up our place, there's always going to be a void there. And I think what happens also with the woman, we don't recognize that value that we have.
But sorry to cut you short,
no,
but
that's okay.
I've heard people say, or people think, because women are emotional, they won't run a business properly.
We need to be emotional. You can't rule out who a woman is. I mean, it's just like, let me use this example. We were designed that way for a reason. So, which is why you wonder when there's so much competition with women, you know, we think we're not very nice to each other. We're like, oh, it's a woman. Oh, no, women are not nice. But if every woman recognizes that every other woman out there has the same abilities as you do, we won't have that competition. It's just the question is, are we using those abilities? Are we maximizing them? Are we activating them? We're not. So we think because it's a man's world and we feel the men do not pay tribute to what the woman can actually do. They don't ascribe value to what the woman does. So it seems we too have abandoned it. So we now want to adopt the roles that men play.
So we want to be...
Yes, we want to be the decision makers. We want to be the protectors.
Aggressive.
And we want to be a little bit aggressive. But no, we can win as women, who we are. We were designed that way. You know, so simply put, yes.
Well, I'm just, even from the way you speak, I can tell that it's something you're passionate about. You're calm about it, but I can tell that there's passion somewhere in there talking about it. So, how would you say, or what's the best way for a woman to handle situations where she's surrounded by male counterparts, and it probably doesn't happen every time, and they just basically want to shut her down or shut her up? How do you handle such situations?
She needs to maintain her composure. Like I say, you can't take away who a woman is. It's innate. It's how you work. It's like you came into this world one day and you just realized, this is who I am. I'm a woman. And God put certain emotions in you. You know, you need to be warm. You need to be gentle. You're a nurturer. You can't change that overnight, no matter how hard you try. So it's who we are. So the thing is, I would only advocate just fill in that role.
Okay.
We don't need to compete with the men. We need to let the men know that we are good all by ourselves. we carry value, and we are bringing something to the table. Like I say, you need the woman's touch with everything you do, any line of business, any line of work, whether if you're in an organization, from the tea lady to the PA to a lady who is a director in a company, it makes the world of difference. As long as we're activating those skills and those attributes that we have and we're applying them. We should stop leaving them dormant. They're very powerful.
We should stop leaving them dormant.
Yes, which is what many of us do as women, and we're taking up the roles that men occupy. We want their attributes because that's what the world tells us, that it's a man's world. So what makes a man function? You look at his attributes, so you see the woman a little bit more aggressive. I know not all women out there would agree with me, but we're a little bit more aggressive, we're pushing the envelope. No, let us be women. Yes.
Amanda will speak more about this shortly.
Okay.
Please stay with us for more of this conversation after the break. Thanks for staying with us. I'm still here with Amanda Amushan, an etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. I didn't want to interrupt you earlier when we were talking about it, but let's talk about the role culture plays in all of this. I believe culture, especially in the African setting, has its influence on how women behave generally, let alone at the workplace or running a business. So let's talk about the role culture plays, what culture basically has given we women.
It depends on what culture you're talking about. And one thing I would tell you is culture greatly influences etiquette. And another thing about etiquette is it evolves over time. So when you try and put culture and etiquette side by side, you realize that even what our parents did or their parents before them did, it's 2022. Things are definitely going to be different. So how in the past maybe it would have been proper to write a letter, or a thank you letter, it was proper, you use the ink and the pen, nice cursive writing. Today, it might also be proper for you to send, a text message as long as your sentences are constructed properly. So things evolve, things change. Now, culture and women, we can't live in the past.
Okay.
We can't. And like I say, things evolve. So society has to give women the place that they have earned and they deserve. We can't live in the ages. So whereas in the past, it was traditional for a woman to be at home and look after the family, the home front, ensure the children are well, and her husband eats well, and she's looking after, the home. That was her job. The man went out, to work, earn money, and bring home. Typically, that was a cultural setting at that time, but now it's different. More doors are opening for women. Women are being educated. Women are pushing the boundaries further. So what are they going to do with everything that they have achieved?
But there are men who still feel a woman shouldn't be working or be in a place of authority. There are men who feel women shouldn't even have education.
Unfortunately, we're always going to have people who like think like that in society. There's really nothing we can do about it. And there are people who are, you would find out, what I've noticed is even amongst the young folk, you see young couples, when you listen to their beliefs, their values, and you're wondering, you sound like someone from 40 years ago or 30 years ago, and when you're so young. Values, they hold on to these things, pretty closely. But I think that we've come of age, give women a chance. There's nothing you can do about the mindset that people have that women should be in the kitchen or should be at the home front. No. Look at them as your equal partner. They're there to support you. They're there to help you. And like I say, I go back. A woman's touch. I'm going to be saying that quite often.
A woman's touch. And I'm going to be hearing that a lot.
Yes, a woman's touch. We make all the difference. So,
but just to summarize what you've just said, I believe that it's also the duty of the men to just let women be who they are meant to be.
I agree with you. And I think before we take the fight out there as women, I think amongst ourselves, we need to have these conversations quite often to realize that what we carry is actually powerful. And if we can agree and have a loud enough voice, we can actually take it to the men. It's because they don't see us for who we are. They just don't think we're that powerful. And when I say powerful, I'm not talking about operating, in a man's world or doing what he can do. Whatever a man can do, a woman can do better. We've gone beyond that. It's honestly, I think it's more of as they are, with the attributes that they have, and in the times that we live in, the skill sets they've been able to, acquire, they're formidable.
I agree.
Let's give them that credit and work with them. Don't try and tell or make the woman feel that she's not like you. She wasn't created to be like you. Yeah, so recognize her power and what she brings to the table, and all would be well.
So moving on, how can women maintain a family life balance while thriving in business?
Good question. I think foremost, a woman has to look at her well-being.
Okay.
Like you said, in times past, our parents had the responsibility of, or mothers actually, a woman, being at home, looking after the family, the home front. But today things have changed. Women are out first thing in the morning, dropping their kids off at school, and they're hitting their offices. They're starting their day, 8 a.m., and a woman has to be balanced. Her well-being has to be taken care of. It's just going to juggle all of these things. So her mental state, she has to be healthy in her mind and her emotions and physically. And when you look at physically, of course, many women are very conscious about how they look now. So you're talking about diet, you're talking about exercise. You need the balance.
Right,
You need the balance. And emotionally, when it comes, you have to be happy. You have to do the things that make you happy. I'm listening to more women now who are saying, it's going to be about me this year. I'm going to do things. So you meet up with your friends every now and then, you have a drink, with them, or you have a lunch date, or you go to the spa together, things that generally make you happy, and could put your mental, state at rest.
Actually, I was going to ask how women can deal with emotional stress, but I think you've just touched on that.
Yes, go to the spa and do all of those things. So your physical state, your mental state has to be on top for you to be able to juggle both the home front, family, as well as business. Okay. That's number one. What else would I say? A woman must be balancing family life. She must be able to manage her time well. She must be a good timekeeper, because a woman is juggling so many balls. The other day, I wrote down a long list about a woman, we women being superwoman. And I think I came up with about 22 things on the list that women juggle, from being the doctor in the house to being the one.
I wish you had that list here. I would have reviewed it together.
The doctor in the house to the one she's the one who sews everything that, has a hole in it, who mends everything. She's the one who takes the children on parties. She's the chaperone. She's the chief cook and bottle washer. She does everything. She's the one who she does so many things. So she has to be able to manage her time. And when it comes to running a business, you decide, if you leave your home around 8, you dash out, you give yourself, okay, I'm going to work 8 hours every day. So if I start work at 8, so that means by what time? By 4, I should be done. By 4 o'clock, you should be done. I don't think work ever ends, but don't bring it home. Because as a woman, when you get home, there's more work to be done, but a different kind of work. So you have family. So if you're married, you need to give some time to your husband. If you have children, you need to give some time to your children. If you have domestic staff, you need to get an update. What happened in my home today while I was out working? You need to give a portion, a little time to everyone that is in your space and makes up your life.
Amazing. Yes. I think you've just really summed it all up. I like that bit about not bringing work home.
Oh yes, we have to try. It's hard, but we have to try.
Okay, we'll talk more about this shortly. We will take a break now and be back for more etiquette conversation shortly. I'm still here with Amanda Amushon, CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. Amanda, it's been an interesting conversation so far, the whole etiquette talk. Why do you think it's important for businesses to have women in top positions? I know we've talked about why you should have them in business, but why should you have them in top positions?
As well, the decisions are made.
Okay.
So the next question is, how do those decisions favor you? I'm not even talking about favoring you as a woman, but favoring you as a business person. We have to stop. We're in business. Okay. Forget the fact that I'm a woman. No one goes into business without wanting to make profit. So whenever decisions are being made, you want them to favor you. You're in business to make profits. You're in business, you want to grow your business to another level. So at the top is where decisions, are being made, and you want to have a say. So women, it's pretty simple. We need to have a say. We need to be at the top there. We need to be sitting at the table where it's like, do we take this project on? Or who do we go with? It's like, no, let's go with this person. I'm like, and when looking at the attributes of women, when you say things like, maybe the MD says, or a fellow senior person in the office says, no, they submitted their proposal late, so we're not going to go with them, But it's like, look, the other company bid it as well, and they're equally, they're at par and everything. But I know they submitted theirs late, but I think I have that feeling. She can't explain it, and the guy's probably getting irritated, feeling, really? Now, that's part of what we bring. It's the intuition. It's just that, there's just something about them that will go, you better listen to her. So again, like I say, it's that woman's touch. There are certain things that the man is not wired to sense that the women are. So it just goes without saying. We just need to ascribe more value to what is already. So we need to be at the top right there with whoever is making the decisions. So if there are 20 women there, let's join them. If you have four men up there, it's okay. The more the merrier. Let's join them as well.
I agree. So how do you feel about, over the last, I think, year or two, we've had more female MDs in top banks, top positions. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. And I'm pleased, I'm happy, because I think our voices are being heard and something is being done about it. And honestly, when we say it's a man's world, if the men out there, the decision makers, who I guess are majority, men, if they're, I think they're beginning to recognize that there's something women are so accomplished. When you think women, and the thing is, they're improving on themselves while still running the home front, doing all these things. So someone has to stop and look. As in, are these women real? Are these human beings real? We're doing so much, So I'm really pleased that it's beginning to happen, and it would encourage more women to step up, and encourage the younger ones coming up to say, yes, there's a place for me, I can do it. But like I say, I would rather the focus be on letting women know how valuable the assets they have are before they go out there to compete. So they're going out there with the confidence that they should have.
Thank you, Amanda. But before I let you go, in your opinion, what are the do's and don'ts for women in business? Okay. Let's do the do's first.
The do's first. Yeah. Okay, I'll be quick. Do's. First of all, a woman should be well-mannered. Okay. She should be graceful. And she should be composed at all times. It doesn't matter the line of work you're in. Okay. So some people might say, but she's an engineer, which sounds masculine or so. But imagine an engineer attending a meeting, nicely dressed up, graceful, carrying herself very well. I'm going to give her another look. I'm going to draw the chair out for her, even as another woman, to say, take a seat at the table. There's just something about a woman being graceful, well-mannered, and it's all the way, So that's the first thing I would say. She must be well-mannered, graceful, and composed.
Okay.
Number 2, I think a woman she must improve herself.
Okay.
Look for the people in your field that share the same craft, learn from them, and be better. That's the only way you can remain relevant and stay competitive. Yes. Let me see. What are the number 3? I think women in dues. As a woman, we make many mistakes. We've made mistakes in the past, and we've not had people to guide us. When we have telephone calls, some in the past, well, I know it still happens. There's a tendency it can happen, but we need to ensure that everything we do in line of business is in writing. So you have a telephone conversation with someone, it sounds interesting, let's do this, let's go for it, everything. But a telephone conversation can be forgotten in a hurry. So as women in business, those are the things that maybe the men might think we overlook. Make sure every conversation you have, every business deal you're about to go into, everything is written. And let me just quickly add this. She should maintain a strong network. And when I say network, I think some people might just think, oh, it's all about, the people at the top, my network of friends and everything. Yes, it's okay. But also at the lower levels, because a strong network is a strong network. We all need each other. So I always say things, I can abound and, I could go high and I can go low. I can relate with the tanker driver that delivers water in my home, and I think I can very much, sit with the queen the next day.
Ooh. Oh, so yeah, no, you can.
So that's what I honestly feel. We should have a strong network, but it should be a network of people at all levels, because you never really know who you need tomorrow.
True.
So I'll leave that with my dues. So.
Okay, so don'ts now.
Don'ts. Okay. I think women should never let their emotions run away with them. It's one of the reasons why I think, when men look at, oh no, she's too, you said it, she's too emotional, or no, I don't know, she's too, no. We are aware of who we are, but let's fine tune that attribute and work it.
Fine tune.
Yes, we need to fine tune. So yes, because I could sit down and cry about something the whole day, and I could also be emotional and get something done and sign that $1 million contract.
Right.
Yes. So,
do you have one more don't for us?
Let me see. One more don't. Let me leave it there
because
of time.
Thank you so much for coming on the show today, Amanda.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you'll agree that it has been an enlightening etiquette episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Many thanks for watching, and do join us this same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Marumi Akonwo. Bye for now.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Since assumption of office in May 2019, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has maintained his commitment to ensuring safe mobility of residents and ease of doing business in the state. This was demonstrated through the official launch of a security-fitted apparatus, safe, comfortable, and modernized taxi scheme, codenamed LagRide, with a rollout of the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSC automobiles at the State House in Alausa, Ikeja. The ride-hailing taxi initiative, which has been operated on a lease-to-own basis, is a component of the state government's multimodal transportation blueprint being executed under the traffic management and transportation pillar of the themes agenda of the Sanwo-Olu administration. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features infrastructure, Sanwo-Olu State's commitment to ensuring seamless mobility to deploy technology for enhanced movements. Transportation, Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail, Sanwo-Olu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, LAMATA, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was the main feat. And that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomo, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, and I mean, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomo. Same thing in Alaba. Igomo and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway.
The Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handing down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu assured Lagosians that the completion date of the two rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the Marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right, so gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we begin to mention that for the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GAC branded vehicles, otherwise known as lag ride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into the scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of a Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they're going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos ride. Unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known to Kumbo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, you know. But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries. You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles, because you are always on the road on a daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagos Ride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that is going to pilot the Lagos Ride, which is the Ibile Holdings. So we met the MD, and we had to ask to write a proposal. We did not lobby. First of all, as a body, they deal with body, they deal with individuals. From the conversation, we approach them as a body. Then I think when I met the MD of Ibile Holdings, he made us to understand that the associations, the individuals, Lagosians who are interested in the scheme can apply. We apply as an association. You understand? Then the procedure is like every other person. The requirement to be a beneficiary of Lag Ride is uniform. 20% equity contribution of the asset of 7.5 million. The interest of 10% for the period of 4 years. You have the equity, you have the down payment of 1.8 million, which we see it will be very impossible for our member, ordinary e-hailing drivers, to benefit from this scheme with such amount, because it's so huge for e-hailing drivers to sum up 1.8 million as a deposit. It means the ordinary person cannot be partaker of this scheme. So we appeal that is there any other way, and they gave us 2 banks, FCMB and Polaris Bank, precisely to give us loan, and they came up with corporate guarantee on behalf of the association for our member to be a beneficiary. The Polaris Bank will borrow our members, they said 1.8 million. You understand? Why are we standing for them? You understand? So, and our member has been applying. But besides, we, the individual members, also need to have some certain contribution from that 1.8 million, 20% equity contribution of 1.8 million, which is around 300,000. And we have employed our drivers, advised them to key into this because it's going to make life better for them. Then the most interesting part of it that make us to subscribe to Lagos Ride is that what the union stand for is workers' right, the workers' welfare. Because we notice that the government has been less concerned on the informal sector because our interest is in the informal sector. The e-hailing drivers fall in informal sectors, and informal sector has been neglected for a long time. Some certain benefit workers' right has been denied, such as HMO, pension scheme plan, opportunity to have cooperatives, then perhaps mortgage plan. These are set of workers that solve problem of transportation in the state, moving passenger from one point to another point with expected professional service. They need to be taken care of. But to my dismay, all these things has been embedded in Lagos Ride business scheme, because our own concerns is that what are the provisions for the drivers that are going to drive this business? And we're made to...
We don't have to put INEC under a microscope. We're making sure we can verify that they are carrying out their fiduciary duty. Now, the other thing I want to explain is the fact that when we talk about resetting the devices or reconfiguring the devices, if you pull up to a petrol station to buy fuel in your car and somebody just bought gasoline worth 2,000 naira, the first thing they would do is to crank it down, have you look at it and say it's back to 0.00. Now, you fill up the fuel tank of your car and you bought 5,000 naira fuel only to find out that you perhaps have maybe 20 liters. You're asking yourself, where is the difference in gasoline I should have in my vehicle? You can then say, you know what, I want to audit your systems with making sure I got what I paid for. That is exactly what we are asking for. Part of trusting the system is verifying that the system where we validate the data is protected and will not be altered. Looking at the logs is what we're simply asking for. And again, I, as an agency, has been given the mandate or the instruction by the court to allow Labour Party complete that process. So.
Okay, Mr. Ailo, you want to add to that?
Well, I would just say we are all on the same page here. We want, somebody said trust, like my friend here said, but verify. So even at that, we should allow the process to play itself out. I can't hold forth for INEC. I know people have complained that maybe leading to the elections, they haven't done enough in terms of sensitizing us, in terms of telling us exactly how the beavers works. But we cannot postulate for the much that we don't know. After the elections, when everything has died down, it's another process entirely. In fact, there will be more court cases on account of the governorship elections that is coming than the presidential. So when that time comes, the lawyers will have a field day to do their bit. Forensic analysts, forensic experts will be brought in. So more or less, there is nothing INEC does that will not be put under the microscope when the time comes. But now using the presidential to scuttle the governorship election is what I'm not up for at this stage. So we can be a bit patient, allow them. It's just 5 days or thereabout away. Let the elections come. Then whatever it is that we feel INEC has done or has not done can be put under the microscope.
All right. We can just keep going back and forth on the issue of this INEC. And sadly, we do not have them to answer some of the burning questions, which include knowing that litigation will always follow elections. Why not either do the governorship and the presidential same day, or after the presidential, announce or give enough time for the governorship, giving enough room for all the litigation, all the questioning, all the requests to inspect the machines as we now see playing out?
I think that's one of the questions I would love to ask INEC if I had the opportunity. But let's talk about the protests that Labour has planned to get involved in. What scope is it going to take?
So when we're talking about protest, I think again in Nigeria we've made that word, coined into a very negative term. It's enshrined in the Constitution the right to protest, the right to freedom of assembly peacefully, and the right to association. So talking about protest across INEC offices is just basically calling Nigerians, again, good citizens, peace-loving people, to come out and express their displeasure with the system. And I think it's unfair to say that INEC is understaffed or INEC perhaps, is allowed to be inefficient, knowing fully well that INEC is a well-funded government agency that had 4 years to prepare for elections that will hold on 2 days. So again, to have my APC colleague here sit down and promote inefficiency, incompetency as a way of governance, I think we are saying no, we're rejecting it. And yes, indeed, when we have the flag up that we would be allowed to, again, as part of support from political party, Labour Party, my party, go out to INEC offices, it will be peaceful, there will be no destruction, there will not be any types of mayhem or chaos. And I think there are a lot of INEC employees that will equally agree with you that a lot of what they've seen and have been asked to carry out as part of their functions is not, in accordance with the law. So for every Nigerian out there, I ask people to be vigilant. Again, don't be frustrated, because what you're seeing is the establishment, the APC, looking for ways to promote this, what I call energy of apathy, where Nigerians become docile, we don't care about elections, and we just, again, it didn't work out, to move on with life, go on with your business. We're saying no. We don't want to have to end up in court or with multiple litigations. Get it right so we don't have to have people bogged down for the next 3-4 months waiting for outcomes across courtrooms.
Is this going to be across the country?
Yes, nationwide, correct.
Do you not nurse the fear that this protest, even though you have called for a peaceful protest, could be hijacked?
So I think when that reference is equally made, then perhaps the government or the security forces should understand that we pay taxes and we expect them to carry out their functions. So if named individuals, if faces like me show up to protest, I'm not going to protest to then have a street urchin or a thug sponsored by, again, nefarious elements in society show up and hijack the process if the police, if the military, if the DSS are all up on their game. So no, we don't expect it to be hijacked.
Okay, let me talk to the youth leader, Comrade Anselm. Comrade Anselm. Okay, we've lost connection with him, but he's going to obviously come back. But let me throw this question to you. One of the concerns that people had when the 25th February election was received with mixed feelings, the youths were highly aggrieved. One of the questions I asked at some point is there any fear that the youth could get angry to the point that we'll see a repeat of NSARS? And fortunately, we didn't see that. Do you find that instructive? Let me start with you, Mr. Ilo. Do you find that instructive that the youth this time were calm and matured in their outcry against what they saw as injustice?
Well, I think a part of that will be the demeanor, the maturity of maybe the political leaders. PDP has done some protests in Abuja. They might not have the youth power or favor that maybe Mr. Obi commands, but it's been peaceful. Peaceful protests are a part of the norm in all civilized democracies, which Nigeria is aspiring to be one. But that said, I still think this one is a bit premature. We have time on our hands. Election is, and election litigations are actually marathons. They are not sprints. It's not, the way obedience sometimes carry the issue of elections. It's as if within the next 2 months, within the next 1 month, within the next 2 weeks, the courts will, on the basis of maybe protest, or on the basis of beavers, overturn an election. No, this issue is going all the way to the Supreme Court. And at the end of the day, it is how you are able to prove your case. I knew ahead of time as an APC member that, okay, it's going to be difficult for a Peter Obi to win because of some things, permutations and combinations that have been done here and there. Elections are not won on the basis of social media alone. But that said, I respect the movement, I respect the energy, I respect even the changes that his candidacy has brought, because there has been a lot of complacency on the normal, the way politics has been done in Nigeria. He came in, he changed a bit of that. Now using that element of change, that energy to bring about change at the national level and maybe take over the presidency is another ball game entirely. I won't say it's not impossible, but maybe not with the energy that we have now, maybe with the permutations and combinations. Presidency in Nigeria has always been by, at least in politics, has been by alliances. He has not gotten that level of alliance. People will tell you the youth is everything, but no, there are thought makers, there are opinion leaders, there are entrenched career politicians that all they think about is to think about the next 3, 4, 5 steps in politics and how they are going to marshal resources, marshal people, get people on their side. You understand? And Atiku made a mistake of maybe allowing some 5 governors to go away. He paid dearly for it. Obi made the mistake of not building enough, maybe time wasn't on his side, building enough handshake across the Niger into the heartland of the north. A Kano State is not Kano City alone. Jigawa is not Adamawa, and all the rest of it. So, but there are lessons to be learned. My issue with him over time, I'm a young person. Sometimes you like a young person to be in power, but he has not had the time. And the time he had over the last almost 10 years that he has left public office, he has not used it to build the bridge that he will use to climb to the presidency. It's never too late. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Tinubu has been a bridge maker, has been a godfather kind of person over the years. I'm not saying it in negative light, but if you don't control the people, if you don't lead, as it were, the people that you can use to climb, they will not be there for you when you need them. Now, Peter Obi is meeting with the senators elect under the Labour Party candidacy. He's meeting with the House of Reps. He's meeting with governors. He's campaigning with them. So that is telling him a message that, okay, if in the next 4 years I'm going to stand a chance of being a force to reckon with, then definitely I will need these people. If he's not careful, you'll be surprised that these Labour people in Senate, half of them will join APC in the next 4 years. That's the kind of political leader that Tinubu is. So if you are not careful enough to know that, okay, you have to stand your ground and use ideologies and use strength, and use maybe good leadership to bring them into your fold and keep them there, you'll be surprised that they will find a better house in APC than even in
Akioloye, you're shaking your head.
Yes, and I think that's where the political establishment did not read the writing on the wall ahead of the 25th elections. There is a new direction we're taking as a nation politically. Perhaps Peter Obi may have been that person that again was able to drum up the energy that you've seen. But let me paint a picture. Every generation writes its rules. The politics of Awolowo, the politics of Shagari, the politics of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not the politics that my generation chooses to play by. And I say this because, again, a party, Labour Party, in 7 months, no structure, social media noise, they will not get more than 4 local government areas. 4 people tweeting in a room, cannot even get 5% in Lagos. We beat APC in its stronghold. You're looking at incursions we made in the north, into Nasarawa, into Plateau, and you're seeing new, again, first-timers in politics, never won councillor, never even went actively for party meetings, emerge as Federal House of Rep members. I'll use Etiosa, my background, which we call Sorosoke constituency, perhaps looking at the energy from the NSAS protest. The House of Rep member there, Atta Chief, I will say this on record, perhaps did not have Peter Obi's phone number in his contact list the day before elections. So guess what? The people, young people like me, a lot of housewives in Lekki Phase 1, in VGC, in different parts of this local government said, we will promote this candidate. Perhaps if posters in Lagos won elections, APC would win every single seat across the state. But what did you find? Everyday ordinary Nigerians showing up to the polls and said, we've had enough. We will rewrite the rules of the future. We will change the blueprint of politics. Yeah, you talk about politics of alliance and how you have to cross the Niger. Perhaps you're saying for once the message, the character, the individual running for office, not all of the patronage and deals People would often make politically across regions, we're saying, I will promise you plush contracts or oil blocks. We are saying, no, give us people that would show up and do the bidding of the Nigerian citizen, make this country proud, make this country great again. So perhaps this, let me call it APC, PDP ideology that politics is done off of the back of deals. We have written it away. 41 plus House of Rep members, nobody saw us even winning one seat. It tells you something, that Nigerians for once are taking charge of the future. So if you want to make this argument that again, the architecture of politics lies in Ghana must go, using the local structures of Bales or Igwes or, sheikhs across the nation to control communities, people are independent minded, and Nigerians have proven that the way they will vote in France, the way they vote in the USA, the way they vote in Sweden, we can equally be the same. And that old politics, for me, I can say we should start wishing it away.
All right, so we'll take a quick. I know Mr. Ilo wants to say something, but we'll take a break and we'll be back. Stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
sees it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Well, welcome back. You're still watching the run-up on Plus TV Africa. We've been taking a look at the planned protest by the Labour Party. And with me, I have Aki Oloye, public affairs analyst and member of the Labour Party. We have Comrade Iragbe Anselm, national youth leader of the Labour Party, who's joined us virtually, and Mayo Quilo, policy analyst and former governorship aspirant under the APC in Ogun State. Gentlemen, it's good to still have you with me. And not forgetting Adebayo Olowoke, my virtual co-host. Adebayo, you're still there?
Yes.
All right, so before we went on that short break, Mr. Ilo, you wanted to respond to what Mr. Olaoye was saying with regard to the way politics used to be and how it's evolving.
Yeah, some people said this way, the more things change, the more they remain the same, you know. At the end of the day, it will still be about alliances and what they call know your neighbor in politics, you know. Sometimes my decision on who to vote for is predicated on what I hear from my neighbors about this particular person. The person representing me in Lagos here, the state assembly, came around yesterday. You know, people have some misgivings about him, but at the end of the day, people spoke, and we couldn't even know half of what he has done before. But when he came and explained himself and did some stuff, like, okay, you did this, but you have not done enough to market yourself. People have felt you have been distant. So this was like a payback time. But thank goodness he came in the nick of time and he said, no, I've not been hiding. This is me. Forgive me if I've not been able to market myself well. And as at the last count, 70% of the residents in my community said he deserves to go back into the house. So if tomorrow you don't see Labour Party sweeping Lagos, it's because at the end of the day, it might be a bit late, because some people have been saying, the governor is now everywhere in Lagos. We've seen him in church. In fact, it became a bit ridiculous at some point, but he is fighting for his political life. You have to take that, give that to him. So if you see him in church, it's better so that when Saturday comes and Monday comes and is pronounced the winner, which I know it will be, on the account of people voting for him, you understand? It's not everybody that has the same energy of being a media person, you understand? But at the end of the day, results should speak. Lagos can do maybe better, but being better is not because those who are there are not trying. It's because maybe they've not been getting the best advice, or they don't have enough opposition. I would like, at least for the record, Labour Party to win a few seats and put some pressure on the Lagos State House of Assembly. Let each governor that comes into office knows that, okay, this is about serving the people. This is about giving account of stewardship. Why is Fashola a most beloved governor, you know, in Lagos? It was because every 100 days he will come and address the people and say, okay, over the last 100 days, these are what we have achieved. It's the same Lagos, it belongs to all of us, even though it's a Yoruba land. People have come, have settled, people have, everybody has found out that, okay, Lagos is the best state to live in Nigeria, despite the notion of, okay, it's the worst city in the world and stuff like that. Yet we love our Lagos. We enjoy the communities. We can sleep with our two eyes open, even more than, I rather live in Lagos than live in Abuja. So it didn't come overnight. It's not because God has bestowed on us the right to live peacefully. It's because the government, in charge of the state, they are doing their best to make sure, okay, how can we make sure that the people, the residents are at peace and live with a secure environment and live with their 2 eyes closed.
All right. Now, because we have another topic to take a look at, I want us to look at this very particular issue that I think is very crucial. Because irrespective of your party, PDP, Labour Party, APC, Nigeria is the subject. And democracy is crucial to our growth. Now, this issue of disregard for court rulings and judgments, at the risk of making the judiciary a lame dog, the Supreme Court a lame dog, how do you see that?
So I think I call it rascality and impunity of government agencies choosing to they basically cherry pick rulings that they respond to, and it's dangerous for any democracy. The court should be the last destination for resort for the common man. And when you see political candidates like Peter Obi in my Labour Party or others saying, "Hey, we're seeking redress in court," the court again perhaps issues an order to the agency, and the agency overlooks it and begins again configuring the devices or planning for next Saturday's elections without again doing their due diligence. It's troubling. I mean, what message does this send to investors looking at Nigeria as a destination, to bring FDI? What does this say to the average 9-year-old girl or boy that has been taught in civics classes that go to court, get a judgment, and perhaps that's how society should be put in alignment? And it's troubling that we would always only wait till Nigerians throw their hands up. There's some form of, again, perhaps, let me call it civil response before this agency say, okay, you know what, we're going to do the right thing. You reference NSAS, calling for the 5 for 5, where we wanted increased salaries for police officers, mental evaluation, prosecuting those found wanting for crimes against citizens. And it took young Nigerians, even old, across every social demography, saying, you know what, we want change. And I think it doesn't have to escalate to that point for us to say, you know what, we can get it right. I mean, INEC has a lot of professionals, individuals. The qualification to be an INEC employee is a BSU and HND if I last checked. And a lot of people that work there have even worked for agencies across the world. So what stops us from having a competent, efficient system that delivers good elections so we don't even have to go to court? It's only Nigeria that people tell you, oh, when you run for office, prepare half of the money you're going to need for campaign for the courtrooms. Why? Let's get away from that type of politics, because it does not make our democracy get any mature.
Mr. Ilo.
Well, the evil men do live with them. If you're having issues today, it's not something that happened over the last 4 or 8 years. It's the foundation of democracy that has been set from 1999. Shiv Obasanjo is a respected statesman, as it were. But when he was leaving office, he didn't bequeath us with a democratic transition that was maybe the toast, the signature show of all eyes at the time. That foundation was faulty. He was, at the time, if you recollect, his second in command in office was a certain Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. So that same unequal, imperfect system that they navigated at the time and they didn't improve on. So it actually took a certain Muhammadu Buhari to come in and make expressions. We are apathetic people. I've said it at an earlier forum. Nigerians don't really care. Everybody talks of the need for change, but when the push comes to shove, youths play football on that day. How in a country of 200 million people, where the midline of our population is 18 years, that means technically 100 million Nigerians are above 18, 100 are below. So we should be having registered voters, 93 million, close to that figure that we are looking at. But at the end of the day, we are having 25 million people voting. How do we explain that to the generations yet unborn? So whoever wins, maybe as pronounced by INEC or as adjudged by the courts, at the end of the day, is running with a weak mandate. But that said, a weak mandate is better than no mandate. We don't want to throw the country into anarchy. Let whoever is disgruntled or whoever feels that some processes have not been followed go to court. We can't preempt the courts. That is where while you can use protest to spice up things a bit, we should also know that at the end of the day, it is the court that will decide. They will not necessarily decide in our favor. I can go back in time, I can look at 1979 elections, I can look at 1993 elections, I can look at some other elections over time. Even the Buhari that is about stepping down from office, on each of the occasions in which he lost elections, he didn't disagree. He never congratulated the winner of those elections. He went to the Supreme Court until the Supreme Court said no, the other person actually won. So if Peter Obi feels he has been robbed or the processes have not been followed, it is up to the courts to decide. The election, the one we are talking about now, was a judgment of the appeal court. This is not at par with CBN and federal government disobeying Supreme Court order. When it gets to the Supreme Court, that is where you know, okay, now you are disobeying the court. Because if we, for every judgment that has not gone as high as it could, begin to change status quo, unless where necessary, then we have a problem. Imagine Osun State now, the tribunal, 2 against 1, some people will say it's 1 versus 1, said the current governor, the incumbent governor, a PDP governor, is not supposed to be in office. So do we now push him out of office while he's on appeal and say, no, let the APC Oyetola come back? Then the appeal court will now say, no, it's actually supposed to be Oyetola. Then we come back and he's sworn into office again. So we should avoid this dilly-dallying and a process that is not well completed. So I will still advise, while I don't see anything wrong with protest, the protest should not be channeled against INEC. You can do a peaceful protest. Federal government do the needful. Put INEC into office. Imagine what will happen if we say, okay, CBN is not doing the needful. Let's target CBN office nationwide. The last time people tried it, I think some people died.
All right. Well, this is a good place to end this subject. We've been taking a look at the planned protest by the Labour Party, and we've had Akin Olaoye, Public Affairs Analyst, member of the Labour Party, Comrade Iragbe Anselm, National Youth Leader, Labour Party, and Mayokwilo, Policy Analyst and former governorship aspirant under the APC in Ogun State. We take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be taking a look at some of the crises rocking the APC, especially with the call for the resignation of its chairman. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either, you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you... Lemon in your drinking water? Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start on, bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight. So you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch, severely. And you can stop that by taking, you can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also take, I think I mentioned you taking mint. You can take anything with mint when you're bloated. Your normal fizzy drink, our everyday fizzy drink, alcohol, you know, causes bloating. Then there's some food that have gas, more gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fat when you take beans. You, at times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fat, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, some of this food. Then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower, cabbage, you know, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber. So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? You know when you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, at times you take it in with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. It will relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating.
Good afternoon. I am Amorin Menong Wezigu, and this is a news update. The residents of Okeako in Ekiti State are seeking help from relevant authorities after a rainstorm destroyed their residential buildings, shops, as well as electric poles. Speaking to journalists, some victims said the rain, which lasted for over 2 hours, started normally, but later blew off rooftops and destroyed electric poles, thereby subjecting the sleepy community to total blackout. Chairman of Ajoni Local Council Development Authority, Michael Ogungbemi, said relevant government agencies, including the National Emergency Management Authority and the state government, have been duly informed of the disasters.
Just see the cloud change. Immediately, the breeze starts. That breeze is a terrible breeze, which I never see in my life. It's when my mother born me, I never see this kind of breeze in my life.
And the opportunity to talk to the federal government, not only federal government, especially the state governments, that they should please, they should come to these houses and they assisted those people, the poor masses that are here, that they incidentally affected their life. They don't have anywhere to run for shelter.
And then Fulani have been disturbing us for the past 10 years. With the intervention of the government, have been even helping us in one way or another. But still, we are still expecting the intervention of the government.
And we appeal to them that they should just exercise patience, that the government will be proactive in meeting their needs. And right away, we have sent out the documentation of all the households, their name, levels of damages. They will run into millions of naira. And NEMA in the state, and so SEMA in the state and NEMA in the federation are working on it. And I'm sure in some few days' time, rescue will come to those community.
The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the February 25th, 2023 election, Peter Obi, has condemned the reported killing of residents at Angwangwakili community in Zango Kataf local government area of Kaduna State. He said in a statement on Sunday that high casualties were recorded in the attack. The former Anambra governor said some of the cardinal principles of his pact with Nigerians is to protect and fight insecurity to the barest minimum. Obi said he is always saddened by reports of violence, terror, attacks in any parts of the country. Meanwhile, the police authorities in Kaduna State have vowed to arrest and bring to justice the masterminds of Saturday's deadly attack on Angwangwakili community in the Zango Kataf local government area, which left no fewer than 17 people dead. A spokesman for the Kaduna State Police Command, Mohammed Jalige, who confirmed the attack in a statement, explained that the timely intervention of joint security personnel prevented the gunmen from unleashing more attacks on the community. Jalige also assured the security operatives were on the top of the situation, noting that all the culprits involved will be apprehended. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, confirmed the discharge of 53 victims of an accident involving a bus and a train in the state. An Ido-bound passenger train crashed in a Lagos State government BRT staff bus at the PWD bus stop in the Ikeja area of the state last Thursday, with 6 people confirmed dead and 85 others injured. The governor, who disclosed this on his Twitter handle, said all the victims of the accident were treated by the state government. He expressed gratitude to everyone headed to their call for blood donation, saying locations demonstrated true humanity with over 256 units of blood donated, leading to swift action that saved lives. The PDP and its presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, are calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to comply with the order of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal and allow them carry out forensic examination of the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS machines, and all information stored in the server, IREV, back-end, clouds, among others. In a letter dated March 9th, signed by its legal team, led by Joe Kiari Gatzama, SAN, the party recalled that the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja and presided over by Justice Shaboy Ike had granted the orders of March 3rd in favor of PDP and Atiku. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared that no political parties have the right to analyze the bimodal voter accreditation system, the INEC National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, informed this recently. The Commission deployed 2 new technologies, the IREF and the BVAS, for the accreditation and electronic transmission of election results this year. However, INEC had come under severe criticisms over its refusal to upload the election results from polling units. A coalition of civil society organizations, Conference of Nigeria Civil Rights Activists, has urged the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, to obey the calls for his resignation in the interest of equity, fairness and justice. The activist said Adamu's exit as APC national chairman would ensure power balancing in the incoming Bola Tinubu's All Progressive Congress-led government. The group gave the commendation in a statement signed by its convener Ifeanyi Odili and Secretary Shina Akadiri, which was made available to journalists in Abuja on Sunday. The Lagos State governorship candidate of the Labour Party for the March 18th election, Gbadebo Rhodes Vivo, has alleged death threats and assassination attempt on his life. Rhodes Vivo, better known as GRV, stated this on Sunday when he appeared on Arise Television. The LP candidate revealed that some gunmen suspected to be political thugs attacked some of his allies in the Akbe local government area of the state on Saturday. Rhodes Vivo, who clocked 40 years on Monday, became popular after the LP won the just concluded presidential election in Lagos State. And on the foreign scene, 5 of the 6 men charged with murdering Italy's ambassador to the DRC in 2021 have requested acquittal during a hearing in the capital, Kinshasa. Last Wednesday, the prosecution wrapped up its case and demanded the death penalty for the 6 defendants. Italy's former ambassador to the DRC, Luca Antonisio, was among 3 people killed on the 22nd of February 2021 when a UN convoy was ambushed in the country's troubled east. Well, thousands of people have rallied in the central Athens to protest over the country's deadliest train disaster that killed 57 people on February 28th as Greece's largest labor unions geared up for a nationwide strike. The head-on collision of a passenger train with a freight train nearly 2 weeks ago has stirred public anger and daily protests against the conservative government and the political system that has repeatedly ignored calls by railway unions to improve safety systems. More than 10,000 passengers of the communist PAME group, public sector workers, pensioners, and university students joined the protests. And on business news, Nigeria's economy is grinding to a halt and has lost about 20 trillion naira following the over 70% mop-up of cash by the federal government through the Central Bank of Nigeria. A new report by an economic think tank, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, said on Sunday. It said the protracted acute cash scarcity had not only crippled economic activities across the country, but was now a major risk to the livelihoods of most Nigerians. Millions of citizens have slipped into penury and destitution as a result of the disruptions and tribulations perpetrated by the currency redesign policy, especially the mopping up of over 70% of cash in the economy, according to the director, CPPE, Dr. Muda Yusuf, while he reacted to the currency redesign policy. Calling for an urgent intervention by the president, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, retired, he stressed that Nigerians, quote, have not been this traumatized in recent history as the economy is gradually grinding to a halt because of the collapse of payment systems across all platforms. Digital platforms are performing suboptimally because of congestion. Physical cash is unavailable because the CBN has sucked away over 70% of cash in the economy, and the expected relief from the Supreme Court judgment has not materialized. In entertainment, American singer Stefani Gamata, popularly known as Lady Gaga, performed an emotional and inspiring rendition of her song, Hold My Hand, during the night. The song from Top Gun Maverick was nominated for an Oscar in the category of Best Original Song with Rihanna's Lift Me Up from Black Panther. Wakanda Forever, Gaga went Gaga went makeup-free and wore a t-shirt and jeans for the performance. The singer got a standing ovation for an excellent performance. And in sports, the judge concluded CAF Under-20 AFCON in Egypt. Flying Eagles defenders Augustine Njoku and Solomon Agbalaka have been named among the best XI. Njoku and Agbalaka took much of the spotlight with brilliant defensive displays, with his man of the match performances against Egypt and Mozambique. Agbalaka scored the match winner for Nigeria against host Egypt to help their Flying Eagles record their first win at the tournament, and also followed it up with another commanding display in Nigeria's 2-0 win over Mozambique in their last group. Well, that's the news update. For more stories, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTV Africa and PlusTV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Maureen Minongwe. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Oh, welcome back. It is still the run-up on PlusTV Africa, and I still have as my guest Comrade Iragbe Anselm, National Youth Leader, Labour Party, Akin Olaoye, Public Affairs Analyst, member of the Labour Party, and Mayokwe Ilo, Policy Analyst and former governorship aspirant, APC Ogun State. Gentlemen, you're welcome. I also still have with me my virtual co-host Adebayo Oloake. Hello, Adebayo. Are you still there?
Yeah, Maureen.
All right, well, strong indications have emerged that ahead of the zoning of offices of presiding officers for the National Assembly, crisis looms in the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress, the APC, as calls for the immediate resignation from office by the national chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu Haitan. According to the rights activist, Adamu's resignation would also be a great opportunity for the All Progressive Congress to assuage the feelings of Christians towards the same faith arrangement of the party in the recently concluded presidential election. Well, Nigerians are not known to resign, especially political office holders. Let me start with you. Do you see him heeding to this call to resign?
Well, I wouldn't expect him to. Actually, this is a classic case of a storm in a teacup. The party has all this under control. There's the issue of perception. So those people who are clamoring for his resignation, I think I've got it wrong at this stage. They should at least exercise some bit of patience, and I'm sure even the leadership itself knows that justice must not only be done, it must be seen to have been done. The Christians are a big demography within the party, maybe as much as half. So if for some political expediency and putting merit over where you are from made us to have both the president and the vice as Muslims, that doesn't mean that the president-elect, as it were, is oblivious of the fact that Christians must be well represented. So that's the first two positions in the country. There's the position of Senate President, there's the position of House of Rep. There are other positions that technically we can be sure that Christians will be represented. As it were, for Labour Party, for PDP, they had a balancing of the tickets, you know. But people move, the things that move the needle that ultimately made them to decide in favor of one thing or the other vary, you know. Playing tribal politics has not really helped us in this country. Playing religious politics too has not really helped us. So if we can uptake or promote competence, maybe character, maybe results-driven administration above most other things, we would be better off.
All right, Adebayo, you want to come in here?
Yes, I would actually still like to stay with Mr. Mario Pomelo because in the run-up to the presidential elections, after the candidate of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had chosen his running mate, there was a lot of noise. And the APC fed back to the system, to the public, the information that religion didn't matter. It was going to be competence. But now we are beginning to see religion rearing its head again in the APC. And I'm just wondering if the APC is being consistent at all. If religion never mattered when it chose its presidential running mate, should it now matter? And isn't the APC contradicting itself?
Yes, dear.
Okay, it's not a contradiction. There are forces within the party, there are interest groups within the party. So this is just a section of the party feeling that their voice have to be heard. It's not, we can't wish it away, the fact that, okay, demographics, people have to be represented. In a country where you have women, you have, you know, I would expect us to do better than we have done in the past. The Buhari administration promised at least 30% representation for women. We've had it worse, and that is not because it's not an APC problem. It's a Nigerian political system problem. You know, I think this new 10th assembly or whichever assembly it is going to be is now maybe 3 senators who are women out of 108. You know, it's not good enough for me. I will, if I were the governor or the president, I will be working towards getting something close to 50-50. It's not going to be automatic, but if the desire is there, when there's a will, there is a way. So the challenge is not just for APC. The challenge is for all the political parties and political actors. We should try and promote inclusivity, either of religion or of ethnicity. People should be represented because you feel more at home when you see that, okay, my person has been represented in this thing. Whether that now translate into effective, efficient, productive representation is another matter. So at the end of the day, I think at the top of the pyramid, we should have character and competence. Then a little down the line, we should be able to think, are we representing the parties? Are we representing the various demographics that need to be represented? So we are not speaking from both sides. We are just saying that even if in this particular instance, we have to go in this direction, that doesn't mean that we have lost sight of the fact that other things have to be carried along. So it's not an either-or situation. It's a and situation. We can do this. We can balance ethnicity and balance competence when the need arises.
Okay, how do you find this drama playing out or about to play out in the APC, especially speaking from the view of an opposition?
So I think it's disingenuous on one hand to say that competency, character, you know, in how they pick the 2 ticket, you know, offices for vice president and president, you know, should overlook religion or perhaps, you know, social class or many of the things we look at from a diversity lens, and now going into party politics and saying, well, perhaps, oh yeah, let's bring back that, you know, need to have representation. I think APC as a political establishment, as a party that's been around past 8 years, has become a cancer to Nigeria in terms of how they've led this country, looking at the results for the past 8 years, how they conduct elections. I mean, perhaps if the previous president before Buhari did not choose an excellent process, he would not have emerged. So again, as you heard our candidate Peter Obi say, if you're going to be called excellency, the process must be excellent. I go back to the fact that again, looking at the spare and representation across the party. He mentioned 3 people being women, senators elect. They are all Labour Party members. That again shows you that as a political party, looking at how we like to project our politics and our preference for diversity and inclusion, again, action matters. I'm not an APC member, so I can care less who they opt for, religion or perhaps ethnicity, but we're all saying something. As a nation, if we're truly going to forge ahead, if we're truly going to build the best of our democracy, inclusion, diversity must be what we often portray. So the 11-year-old child, the 14-year-old girl, the 18-year-old university graduate understands that, again, when we talk of national character, we're not only seeing to do it because we want to play the gallery, but we're equally taking a serious approach in making sure that's how we, again, teach people to be better Nigerians. So I wish APC the best, but I would say, you get more propaganda, incompetence, inefficiency. So what they choose to do within their party structures, none of my business.
All right, do we have Comrade on now? All right, we've lost that connection with Comrade. But how do you see, because the 10th Assembly will be formed very soon, in fact, June it will be inaugurated. Now the parties are having meetings. APC will be having their meeting today, just as your party is planning to have their protest today. But do you see the position of Senate President given to the Southeast assuaging
so I think
the phrase of Nigeria?
Yeah, so it will be unfair to, again, hand off a consolation prize to a region to perhaps, appear as though there is this balance and equity being distributed. Nigerians seek competent leaders that, again, can architect a blueprint or a future that the unborn generation will benefit from. If you look at our candidate here in Lagos, Gbadebo Rose before, we're calling him the new architect of Lagos. We're simply saying, how can we write the future of a Nigeria that works? So, yes, at the point where a Senate President is selected, congrats to all of the senatorial candidates that won, again, truly on the mandate of the people. For those that read their ways into office, their candidates will obviously go to court, as they've said. But knowing fully well that, yes, for the time being, somebody is going to occupy that chair as Senate President. I'm truly hoping they pick the best and the brightest. People with ideas, people that have gone to Abuja to write laws, to basically, promote bills that advances this nation. Can we then become the country that manufactures? Can we become the country that does not export doctors, but becomes a foreign medical tourism destination? So for us, we're truly saying, look, win or lose, whether we're the ones in that chair or not, make sure as you lead the Nigerian people and as you, again, write policies and introduce programs, you're doing it in the best interest of advancing Nigeria.
Adebayo, you want to come in?
Yes, I would. I was quite impressed with the analysis that Mr. Mayoku was making and the follow-up that has come from Mr. Olawi. But if I recall correctly, Mr. Mayoku made references to demographics and interest groups within the APC, and he mentioned the percentage of participation of women, within the party. And I want to throw this question to Mr. Olawi. One of the reasons that has been adduced for the emergence of Labour as a very strong third force has been the fact that it's provided a platform for young people. And then if you look at those who advance this argument, would say that if you look at the PDP and if you look at the APC, you hardly find young people, in the top echelons of the party or even in political appointments. When President Obasanjo was there, we had very young ministers of information, Frank Nweke and Co. We had very young people. We've not seen that in a while. Would you say that Labour has been able to influence with its emergence, even what is happening in the APC? Are you seeing young people likely to emerge in any leadership positions in the APC, which is obviously most likely going to form the federal government?
So I would say this, you can't teach an old dog how to play new tricks. You start looking at the competition for party positions within the APC. Again, say for their national youth leader, Dayo Israel, again, one who's, again, done some of the necessary work from the age of 10, getting himself to where he is today. Much kudos to him. Outside of that realm, you would find very uninspiring faces as you look at the APC and how it's built its leadership structure. Going into the next administration, again, if we, again, hopefully come out of court with a judgment, I would hope that Peter Obi and my party would be the ones, again, having ministers and a cabinet implemented. But let's even talk about a possible Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. And when you look at a lot of the figureheads that were part of his political campaign, the surrogates and perhaps the individuals in his presidential campaign council, it only tells you that the blueprint that we should expect is not one that young people would truly smile at. Yes, you may have surrogates like his son, who's been on the front lines campaigning vigorously, but you look at Labour Party and you see inspiration. You see what the future looks like from the candidates and even the faces behind the obedient movement. A lot of people are first-timers in politics, never ran for councillorship, never ran for LGA chairman, never even ran for House of Assembly. As a matter of fact, a lot of people who spearheaded this obedient movement in terms of the prominent voices could not even tell you what a ward meeting looked like or where their polling unit was. But again, these new school politicians, as I would call them, because again, they're actively involved in politics, have basically dismantled the political establishment. Even look at the Lagos elections and the results that emerged. Even with all the rigging that happened, with all of the suppression and threats and ethnic divisiveness that the APC promoted, they could not still, again, reduce the turnout, giving us the victory. So I'm saying something. Our party, again, speaking the language of the future, saying what are we doing about fintech? How are we opening Nigeria's borders with seeing that Nigeria becomes a tourism destination? Every December, next year in Ghana, $2 billion from Afro Nation. What stops Nigeria from, again, saying Nigeria should be visa-free in December? Let us compete with our next door neighbors. So we're saying, give us smart policies. A lot of young people, the Japa syndrome, every day you go to the airport and see young people with their certificates, first class, 2-1 degree holders, fleeing this nation. Rather than having a brain drain, can we have a reverse brain drain? So for many of us like me, a diaspora who lived in the US for 17 years, coming back to Nigeria saying, you know what, home is home, I want to be part of this nation building. We are speaking the language that the next generation can benefit from. So I'm truly hoping the APC can see a lot of things we have done. Even talk about politics and how you even promote candidates in office. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, you had ordinary, everyday, working class Nigerians supporting political candidates, going out, knocking on doors, printing t-shirts. We hold rallies, we don't pay people to show up, we don't mobilize. The word mobilization to us is French or even Spanish. So I'm saying, what are we doing differently as a nation? We're saying that, you know what, whether you're APC, your Labour, your PDP, Nigeria should work for everybody, and we should have inclusiveness, we should have diversity, and simply saying this country will then become the beacon on the hill on the African continent for where we can become that example.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, this is how much we can take because of time. Aki Olaoye, Public Affairs Analyst, member of the Labour Party, Comrade Iragwe Anselm, National Youth Leader, Labour Party, and Mayokwi Ilo, Policy Analyst and former governorship aspirant, APC Ogun State, have been our guests today as we took a look at the LP planned nationwide strike against INEC and the call for the resignation of the APC chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Of course, my co-host has been Adebayo Olowake, who joined me virtually, as always. Many thanks for watching. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I am Maureen Menong-Ezigwe. Good day.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayome Saleh, and today, Glory and I are flying solo for now. How are you, Glory?
I'm fine. Today is just one of those days where you've been everywhere and you're literally asking yourself, when is this going to end? So I'm happy to be here. Hopefully when we're done with this, after speaking to my lovely people who are listening to us right now, I can go home, hug my pillow, and just have a good rest.
Okay.
TGIF.
On your bed. It doesn't happen that way. TGIF happens outside, in town. But today was, I don't even know what to say. I'm grateful. I don't know who are the people that are pursuing me. I know offend now, because, you know, sometimes it's just good to be vigilant when driving, you know, because you are on your own, they come and hit you.
I don't know what's been up this week with all the accidents here and there. I'm happy that, I mean, it wasn't that serious anyways when you told me about it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to, if I was abroad now, for instance, my friend was saying that, these are opportunities. I was just sat in the car and said, oh my God. Because the impact was so much. I was like wondering what happened. You know, thankfully that, I was steady, so I didn't even hit the person in front of me, but hey, we survived.
I hope the person is going to take charge of damages.
What damages? I told them to go. What do you want me in this country?
Oh my God.
I've tried it. Listen, I've tried those things. It doesn't work. The other one that smashed my side mirror the other day, there was one that completely wrecked my sister's car there, because then my car was still with the company trying to fix the car. So she gave me her car. The complete wreck. You know, we had taken numbers thinking I was dealing with a sane person, you know, only for the man to start changing him out the next day. I don't know what he had, whether he bribed the police, you know, I just let it go. See, my dear, with with accident issues, I've just learned that, please, when I checked that the damage wasn't that bad, you know, it's just that my lip is hurting me because, you know, they would think I went to kiss somebody now, like kiss the wrong frog. But hey, we survived. Accidents happen, but sometimes I think it's just, what's it called? Most times it's just carelessness, because we were all stopped at a traffic light. You know, if the person was paying attention, obviously there were two of them in the car, and I think they were distracted because they came down, oh, we're so sorry, but sorry doesn't...
That's it.
One of those things.
It's well. Thank God for you.
Yeah, so I mean, today we want to discuss money matter. Because when I saw this topic, I said, what? You're very guilty.
Where do we start from?
Because I'm very guilty. I think I'm living above my means. I don't even know how to cope.
Who does that in Nigeria right now?
Sure, that's what I want to ask again. Like, is it possible?
This topic is really important. If someone just sit and just talk to us, how do we manage it at this point? Because...
Do you understand? So we want to discuss how to live, is it within your means or above your means, or how not to live above
how not to live above your means.
That's what we're discussing, right? It's money matter today. We are back to our Friday matter. So here's what we found as today's quote. Money does not dictate your lifestyle. It's what you do to get it and how you manage your finances that determines your lifestyle. This is from Wayne Chris Chirisa, right? Now, so if someone is living beyond their means, they are spending more money than they can afford. If someone is living within their means, they are not spending more money than they can afford. It's really that simple. Now, so today we will be discussing the topic, how do I know I am living above my means? Me, I know. Right? I know that I'm living above my means. And we have Kathleen Omamode joining us to discuss this topic much later. But first, when we come back, we want to go on a break. When we come back from the break, we quickly run through what we found in the news. All right, you are still watching Ways Now International Day of Awesomeness. Celebrated on March 10th every year is a day where anybody, no matter who they are, may celebrate their awesomeness. Yes, we all possess qualities that makes us awesome in some way. So today, let's go out of our insecurities and prepare to give ourselves praises that we deserve. So no one is perfect, especially, we know that nobody's perfect, but everyone in one way or the other has amazing characteristics. So all you have to do is spotlight yourself today and concentrate on all your good qualities and what makes you special. Use this day to share joy, telling others how wonderful and amazing you are as a person. So I am the most amazing person on earth, if I can say so myself. Because today, Day of Awesomeness, gives me the liberty to celebrate myself. So welcome, awesome Mary, for coming late.
Hi.
How are you? You
I'm
look
fine,
amazing,
thank
by
you.
the way.
Thank you.
Always looking amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what's awesome about Mary?
I think I have a lovely personality. I really do like myself a lot.
I know.
And I hope people like me as well, but I don't really care. I just really like myself. So yeah.
Yeah, I know. Glory, how about you?
Well, when I saw this, one thing I really like about our show is just this. Every day is very important. There's just something to celebrate each day. And today is just about being awesome. And of course, I'm also awesome and fly too.
No, I think we know the secret for Glory. We know what to give her.
to bring out the awesomeness. Very well.
Oh, I know what you mean. I don't go there.
We know Glory.
Bring out the real awesomeness.
We'll keep the secret to ourselves. But hey, I mean, everyone is awesome in one way or the other, right? And I think people shy away from giving themselves their flowers,
credit,
right?
yeah.
Give yourself some credit. You deserve it. Sometimes, and I look back, I see how far I have grown as a person, and I know that, you know what? Well, you've done well. You've done, you've grown. You've weathered a lot of storm and all of that. So sometimes just pat yourself in the back and say you're doing amazing. So, yeah, that's that day. Glory, what did you find for us in the news?
When I saw this, I was like, oh God, not again. Yesterday it was something, today another accident. It's about a 40-foot container on Friday, which is today, fell off a trailer off Ojuelegba Bridge in Ward Stadium, Lagos State. And I recall that some time ago, I think we had something similar to this, which claimed lives. So I was just happy that no lives were lost for this. But the question I have is, how do we contain this? How do we stop this from reoccurring as frequent as it is now? I don't even know. Is the government listening? What are they doing? Who is supposed to do what? Is someone not doing his or her job? What can we do to reduce or stop this?
It's so sad. Last night when Jennifer and I were heading back home, we had to detour to Ikoyi to drop off some things for charity. And we saw an accident that just happened last night. And it was a big truck, and a small car. So obviously that truck was trying to run away. But the people around, I don't know, they were trying to stop the truck. So you could see them visibly angry, stoning and telling the driver to come down, because the driver of the big truck stopped meters away from where the crash had happened. So meaning that he was not even willing to stop. They had to force the truck to stop. And there was somebody that was pulled out of that car lifeless yesterday. So we don't even know whether the person died. It's just at the Glover Junction in Ikoyi there. So I don't even know what happened, honestly speaking, because it was too scary. It just literally happened right whilst we were there. So I mean, you see, the thing about accidents, most accidents that I've seen in this part of the world is actually recklessness, and it is human error. It's something that I think if we start to bring a lot more stringent measures, right? I am very sure, because for instance, the bus yesterday that took that rail track had no business, taking that rail track. Then even though you want to take a rail track, maybe that is a crossing. Let us say that is where they normally take every day. when a train is coming, the train is, there's always, yes, you can't be faster than the train. For the magnetic pull to pull the bus to the train, it tells you that the train was really close. So the driver was trying to play smart. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. And that driver was not hurt. The people, yes, it wasn't hurt. So that's the thing. So we really need to, and this is to the government, you need to start to be a lot stricter with these people. Do you understand? See the person that hit me today. I don't understand. Everybody was on standstill at a traffic junction where the light was red. Clearly, you could see that these people were distracted. If not that maybe I had my seat belt on or all of those security, the impact would have, it was so bad. I would have hit my head maybe on my steering or something, because it was that bad. The impact was that bad. I didn't even know my lip was bleeding until I left the scene and I now saw blood. You know, so I mean, these things are just carelessness on the parts of humans. You know, it's sad. Let me take your story, Jennifer. Mary.
Okay. Ex-President Buhari has said that Bola Tinubu's election stands, and if you are aggrieved, go to court. President Muhammadu Buhari says that the February 25th, 2023 election won by APC's Bola Ahmed Tinubu stands, and that anyone who is aggrieved with the outcome should go to court. The spokesperson Garba Shehu, in a statement on Thursday, March 9th, said that Buhari is against any plans to annul the elections which may have been said that was characterized by irregularities. So that's what our ex-president has told us.
I don't understand. Is it just waking up to know they've already taken it to court, or I don't get why is he still saying we should take it to court?
They're just re-emphasizing what they've said before.
I don't understand. It's like,
this election just weakened me because
it's already in court. They've taken it to court. So we're just
I don't know if our leaders even understand what it is that they've done. I don't know if they understand
I think they just don't care.
You know, because I want to give them benefit of doubt that maybe they just don't understand, because nobody has disputed that somebody won an election. What people are saying is, if you promised XYZ and you didn't deliver on those promises, what are the penalties for those failed promises that you didn't deliver? Right? So that's all people are asking for. I don't know. Yes, people will go to court, but you see, the truth is, you need to also wake up and smell the coffee. Your courts, you know, in Nigeria, how reliable are they? You know, how fair, how just are the systems, the justice system in our country? You know, you just need to be sure of what you're saying, because again, I don't know, sometimes it feels like maybe we're asking for too much. You know, as citizens, we're not asking for too much.
Or we complain a lot.
Or we complain a lot, or, you know, we just like to make noise and all of that. No. If a system was done and it seems like there was something shady around it, you know, the best thing you can do as a leader is to allay people's fears and say, no, this system was transparent, and do everything within your means to make it, you know, I mean, prove that it was fair.
But they know it wasn't transparent.
But what I don't even understand is why they just keep saying, go to court, go to court.
Yeah, because they know what the court
is
about.
Go to court. If you want to cry, just go to court.
I mean, we are in a country where judges are not like particularly comfortable. Do you understand? So poverty, I've always said this thing, I will keep saying. Yes. So poverty, and it's across board, right? The people that are supposed to be well paid, the people that are supposed to be independent, you keep them subservient, you keep them running cap in hand to you and all of that. Do you think the people will not do your bidding? They will do your bidding, right? So it's a very tricky subject, and I have said it that after March 18th, I'm just going to leave politics for you people, because it don't concern me. Anything people want to do is your country. I will just continue to live in it. So Kogi State Governor says he wants to arrest residents rejecting old Naira notes. For the life of me, I don't understand this story. But in a statement that was signed by the Commissioner of Information, Kingsley Fanwo, on Friday, the governor said that old currency remains a legal tender, warning that residents found rejecting it should be punished according to the law. What law? Right? The reason the Kogi state government joined other state governors or governments in the country to pursue the case was to ease the hardship occasioned by unavailability of the new Naira notes, which the court fully granted. It is therefore unacceptable that some persons and businesses will continue to reject the use of the old Naira notes, even after the court judgment validating their use. Rejecting old Naira notes is a clear disobedience of the Supreme Court. Anyone who rejects the old Naira notes should be reported to the security and government authorities for immediate action. Also, banks that refuse to accept old Naira deposit shall be sealed, as the state government will not accommodate financial institutions that willfully disobey court orders, more so the orders of the highest court in Nigeria.
What I don't even understand is why CBN not say, is it like they're giving in to what the Supreme Court is saying? Because that's just why people are confused. Even at Saturday, I heard someone telling me that they are not going to accept, I think he's a public driver or maybe he uses his vehicle to carry people. So it's like he does not accept old notes. He doesn't care.
Nobody's accepting.
So no one accepts.
But
And that's because...
released a statement
that
yes.
Okay.
There was a memo that they released that they said that the old Naira notes are still valid. So I think people are just scared because it's a country where tomorrow now they can wake up and say, oh no, we didn't
I didn't see that release.
I
ask our financial person that is there because I don't
confirm that.
I didn't see that release. Well, I just wanted to I even wanted to say that you see what people are doing now, because from the report that I'm trying to do a documentary for a client, and the report is that they are saying that people are doing trade by barter. So I have 10 gallons of palm oil. Please give me whatever we exchange. No more. There's no even need for us to do cash again. Give me palm oil in exchange for yam or something. Wow. Yeah, that's what people are doing in actually rural communities, because they don't even send you people again with your money. Because it's becoming back and forth. We don't know whether to use it or what not to use. So people are just deciding, you know what, let's trade with our commodities. So Glory, give me Brazilian hair. I give you Chinese rice. Not soda. Wow. But hey, okay, so we'll take a break. I'll check with that CBN. I'm not sure because I haven't seen that release yet.
I saw it.
I'll check with our finance person coming much later. So when we take a break now, when we come back from the break, we want to discuss how we can live above.
How we should not live above.
How we should not live above, because I'm living above my means. How we should not live above my means.
It's almost impossible.
Above our means. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
All right, thanks for staying with us. So living above your means that you are spending more money than you are earning. Yeah, people are able to do this by recycling on, or rather relying on credit cards, loan, and prior savings to cover their expenses. Now, the opposite of this phrase is to live within one's means, which means that someone is not spending all of his money and is staying out of debt. Now, a lot of Nigerians have mastered the art of living above their means and don't even realize it. So today we're asking, how do I know that I am living above my means? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. All right, so I want to bring in Kathleen in a minute, but I want to come to Uti. Uti Elu has joined us via Zoom.
Hi.
Hi, Uti. We missed you. Uti,
I missed you too.
Uti, my love. Is it possible for us to live within our means in this country? Please, just be, especially Lagos. I don't know about any other part of Nigeria.
You know, it's very difficult because one of the unique things of our environment there is that even when you have a budget, so even for the most diligent of us, right? There's so many unplanned things. I love the quote that says, I think it was during COVID that it became popular, say, stay inside, debit alert, stay outside. So, you know, the truth of it is that there's so many things that can happen. You get into a pothole, it's 200K with your mechanic. Somebody, bashes your car, it's 250K. There's so many uncertainties. I mean, it's not like these uncertainties don't exist anywhere else, but the uniqueness of our environment heightens the risk, increases the risk rather, of those things happening. So you have to essentially, if you are a diligent budgeter, you have to budget the unforeseen and the unplanned into your budget and your expenses. So it can be quite difficult, but I think I like to just categorize it. There are the avoidables. For example, the Owambears, the what's it called now? The Ashoebi, the all those things. That one is preference. If you are that way inclined, then you're spending your money there. But we do have a lot of things that are societal pressures that put pressure on us, that it takes the most disciplined of folk not to live above their means. Then, of course, there are very many people that don't even have enough to live. Before you talk of living above your means, there's also a large population of people that fall into that bucket. So we're in an interesting space, I think.
How about you, Glory? Our accountant. Is it possible?
Well, it's possible, though difficult, especially when you mention Lagos, because as Uti rightly said, so many things, unplanned expenses might come up here and there. But it's possible, and also discipline, I think, plays a role. Example, so I have people that will say, Glory, please help me keep this money. I don't want to touch it because if I hold it, I'll spend it. And after 2 days, so they will give me the money and say, okay, I want you to hold it for maybe 3 months. After 2 days, they'll call, something came up. Please give me this money. I need to do something. So it's not an easy thing to do, honestly. But I think that's the reason why we have Kathleen to help us and tell us how we can make this possible.
Should I even ask you the question?
There's no need to ask. It's very difficult, I must say. And I think social media as a whole hasn't really helped us in that aspect, because it seems like your desires just keep growing. And I mean, it takes a lot of discipline as well to understand that, oh, okay, I know you want to be at a certain place. With time, you get there. But even as you're planning with time, the actual bills that you even need to settle, they're just coming back. So sometimes it's like an escape to say, oh, you know what, if I die, I die. Let me just, so let me just spend this one, and live, like we live by the edge.
Right?
Like, it's crazy.
After they hit me today, my mouth swell up. I can't carry myself, go restaurant.
You understand?
If I die,
you have food at home.
We spend this money.
It's not even that, like, that the food went in my belly, I go carry it.
So, I mean, it takes a lot of discipline.
It takes a lot of discipline. And trust me, honestly speaking, this is not us just trying to but really, living in Lagos is extreme sports. Like, literally, what you would pay. I mean, the other day I wanted to put air in my tire. And the shock. The vulcanizer told me, madam, is 500. I said, for what? Do you know that I had a huge culture shock when I went back to Kaduna in December upper year to see my parents. I spent Christmas in Kaduna. And my mom said, oh, that I needed to put air in the tire. Okay, she now gave me 200 naira for the 4 tires. I said, mommy, I don't understand. He said, no, it's 50-50 naira. I said, no, 50-50 naira. As at then, we're doing 200 naira per tire in Lagos. It's 50-50 naira. Do you understand? So now, I now go to a vulcanizer and he says 500 naira. I looked at him. I thought he was joking. Until I thought, okay, maybe I was in a posh area. Let me go to my local village where I'm coming from. I said, madam, money don't increase. I said, when? Since when?
Do you want to look at housing?
Don't even go there. Let me bring in Kathleen. Kathleen is the owner of and the CEO of Kudimata Nigerian Limited, Penny Consult Limited, and Poi Finishing School. She was the executive director and chief marketing officer at Hope PS Bank and the deputy general manager at Keystone Bank Nigerian Limited. She also worked in key managerial positions at Access Bank PLC for 15 years, extending her extensive banking experience to over 26 years. Now, Kathleen has established herself as a change agent by promoting basic financial education in Nigeria through an institution called Kudimata, a financial community where money questions, problems, and concerns are addressed, just like the one we are going to be addressing now, Kudimata. Thank you, Kathleen, for joining us again. So, Kathleen, I saw you nodding your head as we were talking because, it's not easy. First of all, let me ask this question. Is it possible first, before we will now get to how I know, because I know I'm living above my means, right? Is it possible for us to actually live on a budget? Is it possible?
It is actually possible to live on a budget. So it's actually possible for you to live within your means. There are a lot of factors that affect us living beyond our means. You know, this means, what it means is what you earn. So what I earn is different from what she earns, different from what Gloria earned, different from what you earn, and different from what Uti earns. So if I want to live the same way that Gloria lives, I will most likely live above my means. That's behaving like the Jones. So that is a key factor that we must put into consideration in living or budgeting for our lives.
Kathleen, do you know some people don't earn a salary, but they are living where? Living large.
Okay.
So where is the means coming from?
So they have means. You know, means is income. The people who are dependent on you, you give them money. So they have to live within that means. That is the means. So if you give somebody 20,000 naira on a month-on basis, that's that person's income. The expense must not go beyond that 20. So you must work within that budget. Oh, so at the month end, I'll have John give me money, have Paul for those who don't earn money. There are different streams of income. That's income. And that is the means. Income is means. All right?
Well,
so it is actually very possible to live within your means. Location affects it though. Location. But that means still works within your location because income you earn in Lagos is different. You just said vulcanizer would take 50 naira up north. In Lagos, the means or the environment within Lagos have been factored into the amount, the cost of that.
Because even the space he pays for.
Yes. So you can actually live within your means. There are certain things that you need to do to live within your means. Cut off excesses.
Now what Uti was talking about.
Cut off excesses. Transportation takes a huge cost of our means. So you have to work on look for jobs or various sources of income within your geography where you reside.
But it's not possible, Kathleen. Because again, sometimes where the good jobs are, because I've seen people, they work in Victoria Island, they live at Akunwojo, they live at, what's it called? Festac. You understand?
So they can do carpooling. So they have enough people within. So, you know, that this financial literacy, you have to actually educate yourself, understand that this is my pocket, this is what it is. We are 5 or 6 coming from this area, coming to VI. Let's use Lagos, for example. All of you carpool, and you come to the Lagos, And sometimes you have some people who live within the environment where they work and return back to their distant location
At weekends,
where commuting costs them a huge sum of their income. So you have those people staying within those geography. So it is actually possible to live within your means. And then you don't shop where you think you want to buy tomato in VI when you live in Akomojo. The price is different because there's rental, there are other costs that have been factored into the cost of that tomato in VI and in Akomojo. So it's hard to take. It's a strong pill to swallow.
I know those of us here will understand what she's saying. Let's bring it down to maybe the market women that don't even know what budget is. They don't they can't even like put together their income to say, how do they start understanding that? How can they understand how to put their resources or what their business or their income, their daily income together to say, okay, this is what I earn in a week, so that with that they can plan. So from what you said, budgeting is a huge part of planning in order for you to be able to stay within your means of expenditure. So how do they start? How do they even understand it?
You'll be very surprised.
They are the ones.
Mama will plan better than you.
Yes.
You'll be so surprised. Mama will plan. Mama knows. Mama separates money. That thing Mama puts, Mama would wrap money in bundles. Mama will put, this is for this is for that, this is for me to go back to market, this is for school fees, this is for... Mama has a budget, Mama plans. Mama will shop. The people who have problems of this spending above their means.
Now us.
It's not Mama. Mama will finish in the market, make 1,000 naira in profit, removing all other expenses. Mama will know where to buy the small tomato, the small meat, and go home and cook. It is you who want to eat brocoto, ati, cow tail, and everything when you don't even earn that money. So Mama is fine when it comes to living within means. Sometimes some mamas don't even go home. They stay within that location where they work. So that rental income really is there, but it does not really affect Mama so much. Transportation, you see when they are coming from the villages or the farms or the interland where they go and get their things, you see how they carpool. One Mama will not go to markets on her own. They will go in group, put money together and buy in bulk because they understand budgeting.
Okay, so for the people that want to be big girls, since they're the ones that don't know the budgeting, for me, I would say, what kind of investments can you start off? So you have a young graduate who, you just finished, or you're doing NYSC, what advice would you give? I think I'm more of the advice of saving and little investments.
And increasing your streams of income.
Yeah, and increasing your streams of income, because if you desire a certain lifestyle, and like I said, social media has helped to, put everything. So, because I'll give myself, for instance, sometimes I find myself comparing myself to people who are in their 40s. And then one day I just sat down and I was like, Mary, do you realize that this person is maybe 45 and you are how old? So, okay, there's hope for you. If at least at this stage, you're thinking, you're going to get there. There's a sure banker that you're going to get there. If only you just be a bit patient. Like, you are aware of, what you want and you're striving for it. Despite you're striving for it, you're a bit too... I won't say now, but take a step back and look at it. This person is 40-something. You're in your 20s. You've got a long way to go. You're going to meet up because you're on the right track, definitely. So just calm down. So what kind of advice, in terms of like savings, investments, would you give young people like us, because I must say, it's really difficult. And streams of income is really what has helped. I've seen young people who they're doing their 9 to 5, they have, you know, a side business on, you know, at least that side business, if you make, you know, 100, 200, you can be able to buy bone straight, you'll still be happy, you know. So
you have asked the question. You have answered the question. So you have actually just helped me. What all I would say, you have just said, and you have actually spoken to the youth. Patience is key.
Okay.
Patience is key. You budget different streams of income, key, and you start to budget or save for different projects and different things. You've answered the question.
Okay. I'll come to you, Uti, but I want us to go on a very short break, right? When we come back from the break, Uti, I'll come to you. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing the topic, how do I know I'm living above my means? And we have Kathleen with us. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow. All right, Uti, over to you.
Okay, so, I mean, interesting conversations so far. And I'm trying to think that from the perspective of when we talk about living above the means, I'd be interested to hear the perspective on being disciplined enough to stay away from, like we said, the cultural norms and issues, and what it takes to actually be able to manage your funds. So in the current realities, right, the money may not even be enough, but how do we manage the funds that we have today, and what are the pitfalls that we need to look out for so that we don't inadvertently end up on that side of the track where we're living above our means. So I'm gifting money or I'm helping people, and then I look back and I'm like, oh, wow, I've spent more than I planned to spend. How do we avoid those kind of issues?
Okay. First, discipline, just like you said. And to avoid it is actually to understand self. You need to understand yourself and your money structure. When you understand yourself and your money structure, then you are able to plan. When you plan for, you know, your current. So current now will really not matter. You have to plan for your tomorrow and your future. So that's where your savings come in. You have to learn to save no matter how much you earn. You must be able to set aside something. And in our current situation, other streams of income are most desirable. Because like you've said, it is most unlikely that one stream of income would carry you to allow you pick all your bills or to enable you pick all your bills. So if that as it may, other streams of income, as simple as the digital space has helped us with so many streams of things that we can do, streams of income that we can get. You can simply bake at home. Your income from other streams of income added to what you have earned from employment or even your entrepreneurial work, then you save. You cut off those excesses. You stop to live like the Joneses, following other people, wanting to be other people.
You know you're going to make a lot of enemies, Sha.
It doesn't matter. Because guess what? If you lose that money, that income, and you don't make it, Jesus Christ, everybody will be your enemy. Because it's the simple money that you have that you're able to pick your bill that pulls people to you. Once you lose that, that's it. Think of people who have lost their jobs, their work, and they stop earning, making income. The numbers of friends that they have thins out. So you must actually work to improve and increase and plan for tomorrow. That's the plan. Savings. Cut down expenses. All those excesses, take them out. Reduce your cost of living and save. I think that's...
You see, that cost of living thing is it's a tricky one because, okay, so I was going to ask that with the current economic situation where, for instance, maybe if I had ₦1 million in my account 3-4 years ago, I was a big girl, like as savings that I saved. Today, that ₦1 million is depreciated because of the dwindling economy, right? So if you tell me to save, I've saved, but the buy power of that ₦1 million 10 years or 5 years ago that I saved it is not the same buy power that I have today, right? So I don't know how savings will help me. That's number one. I don't know how it's going to help me. If I saved money and all of a sudden, while the money is still there, complete, but it has depreciated in value. Streams of income, yes. But really, in all fairness, except, I don't even know how to explain it, except these streams of income are really, really tangible, it really doesn't go that far, right? Except maybe you are really earning big time Forex, those kind of transactions. With the economy today, I'm not benchmarking it with anything because the cost of items, right? What I would have bought maybe 4,000 naira before, I'm buying it almost 16,000 or even 20,000 naira today. So the living expenses is on a rise. Housing that you talked about, just in your house, apart from the landlord pulling at you on rental increments, there's also the increment on your bills, your electricity, of course, we know what the drama is happening around the fuel situation, and all of that. So there's a lot that is just, attacking that income. So even if you say, okay, I am diligent, I am prudent, I am do all of these things, it's still, you can't really survive like that. You have to just find a way to, make up for some of these, shortfalls that you would have.
Okay, that is true. We have a lot of things tagging on or pulling on our income, a lot. But guess what? You are actually just trying to live like others. That's 30,000 naira. So a job man, so let's use our minimum wage is 30,000 naira for I think the lowest level civil servant. It is expected that civil servant, bad as it may, it is really, 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 don't get me wrong, but that money is small, it's low, it's small. But then, what would you do? You still have to plan to live within it. Not to have 5, 6, how many children now? Because that's where you are actually just, your life. You need to understand yourself.
Kathleen, even with one child.
30,000 naira is too much. But then the debt will not be so much. And you will not go so much at begging because you would have planned.
But you still beg.
At 30, depending on your location. Location still counts. A 30,000 maybe in far village area may not be the same as a 30,000 naira income in Lagos. You know that? So location counts. But in all of this too, you still have to learn to live within that money. And that income, that 30,000 is not all that they, everybody supports them. Sorry to say, but our environment, we live in a communal environment. We support ourselves. We support ourselves. So that person who earns 30, that's not the only income. So that's not the only means. There are other means that are added but what is it that they do with these means? That's what is important. Nobody actually steal 30. Maybe nobody, but there are other streams of income.
Can I ask, so how do you grow? How do you elevate? Because for me, it just sounds like suffering that is never ever going to end. So, like, is it that you just aspire, you just hope that one day, your income would increase?
No, you work. You don't just aspire, you work. In all of this, you have to improve yourself. For you to, there are different scales for the people who earn that minimum.
For that one.
You still have to improve yourself. And when you improve yourself, your income improves. If you know, like in Nigeria, there are different cadres of, and so it starts from that minimum 30 up the way to millions, depending on your certificate, the way you've improved yourself. So education still matters. And you will now ask me education. There are schools that are free education.
Online.
So, yes, not just even the online, even the free education. The government schools are there, and they are free.
Kathleen,
so if
there are some standards that we cannot. Okay, you know what? Let's take comments.
So,
Uti, let me come to you quickly before we run.
Well, I think it's a sobering picture to hear everything that we've discussed today, because even with the locality and all that, I was listening to Kathleen, even when you're saying government schools are free, there's still attached expenses. So it almost sounds like it's impossible. But I think that the only thing that I could take away from this, and it's not necessarily a comment, is just multiple streams of income. Your side hustle has to have a side hustle.
You say no.
So I think that's all I'll take away.
And the side hustle has to be as heavy as your real hustle. I hope.
Yeah. No, the side hustle has to have its own side hustle. So it's exponential.
So at the minimum, 3 streams of
income.
Three powerful streams of income.
3 at the minimum. In the environment where we are.
Situation will not even allow you have the 3 powerful because one is literally.
Go ahead.
This is from Daniel Alo, I think. Ilo. Good evening, my beautiful ladies, sisters of What Are You Saying? How do I know I'm living above my means? You can only know if you are living above your means if you make extra cash outside your monthly salary. Salary earners will be affected by their own budget. Your guest made mention of cutting excesses. That is where discipline and the idea of cutting your coat according to your material. Sister Uwa, I think I am in the same boat with you. After Saturday, the 18th of March, I think I want to be through with election and politics. Politics in Nigeria has been sordid. It is total nightmare and disaster. I can never be proud of Nigerians' politics. Right.
Go ahead, Mary.
How do I know that I'm living above my means? This is an interesting topic. First, if I want to live within my means, I must first of all advise myself that I am not in competition with anyone but my very self. In that regard, I must learn to cut my coat according to my size. This is from Sanctus.
Not size, according to your material.
I was going to say that,
income, your means.
Because it is actually your size. If you want to follow your size and you are size 50, and your material can only sew for size 5, then there's problem. So you actually need to cut your cloth according to your fabric, your material. So Kathleen, if you had one thing to say to anybody right now that is listening, do you understand? What would you say to that person? Because me, I know I'm living above my means. How do I stop living above my means?
I would say it is a difficult thing. We all would strive. Is discipline. Discipline first is key. It's difficult. It's easier said than done. But we must all strive to cut off excesses and stop to behave like others. Our own goal is our own goal, not the next person's goal. Don't live somebody else's life, somebody else's lifestyle. Cut your coat according to your income and your lifestyle. Create your own path and live within it. And don't forget, extra streams of income, and you must save. Pay yourself. Save.
So we should still save?
Must save for tomorrow. Don't forget today is here already.
Uti, you agree with that we should save money?
We don't have a choice. We have to save money.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we don't have a choice because it's worse. I really love the way that we've put it to say today is here already. So think about it that today is lost. So just try and plan for tomorrow so tomorrow is better.
Absolutely. Absolutely, ladies. So, ladies, who is going to start first? Mary, are you taking a new leaf? You are an accountant. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice.
It's sometimes not difficult for
no, but I think I have watched that.
I have to be. It's very, very important before people have to trust me. So I need to start with myself, obviously. So.
How about you, Mary?
I think I'm thinking of how I can earn more. That's really my own. I mean,
but when you earn more, your lifestyle increases. And then you have to save more. It's same thing. It's that vicious circle.
But let's earn more. Cause I don't know, but from like...
Earn more.
Yeah, earn more. Just let me earn more.
Spend more.
More money. Let's be curtailing it. I mean, you always have to curtail expenses.
It's more money, more spending.
More money,
you don't know that.
That's what I said.
Money is for the spending, but thank you so much, Kathleen. I think we've had a fantastic conversation. We'll keep bringing the conversation around money issues because I think finance is very key. Whether you like it or not, everything is, almost hitting everybody. So let's just find means to help ourselves and all of that. It's not easy, honestly. It's not easy. People are just asking for money left, right, and center. You don't even have the money to give. It is well. Thank you so much, Kathleen. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Mary, Glory, and thank you, Uti. All right, so before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. So if you missed our very important quote, here it is again. Money does not dictate your lifestyle. It's what you do with it that gets... What you do with it, rather, it's what you do to get it and how you manage your finances that determines your lifestyle, right? Mary says she wants more extra income. I don't know what I want yet. I'll tell you people next week. See you guys on Monday.
Bye.
Oh my God.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian Aid's Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian Aids, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, oh, no. We don't want you and this your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Iyohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just think that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that, this one, we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then. Because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
Climate change has become one of the hottest subjects of global discourse, with over 100 heads of states and governments gathering in Egypt in November of 2022 for COP27 to discuss an urgent way forward. To discuss climate change and the benefits of gardening, nature in general, I have Mr. Olushola Adekoya. He is the MD of Shodex Beautification Landmark, a naturalist. He is an environmentalist and a humanitarian. Welcome to One on One. What should we know about climate change today, and what should we be doing about it as a people in this part of the world?
Climate change is a change in weather, and as such, it is induced and influenced by human factor. Human activities induce climate change. And when you say climate change, most of the things that we are experiencing now, rainfall, erosion, and whatever, is a sign of climate change. And it's increasing day by day. And what is being discussed at the COP or every year is the lifestyle of human being, how what we do, what we use, how we go about technology, that yes, the way we do things has to be changed so that it will not continue to induce or influence the climate. So naturally, and also to also combat climate change, everybody is advised, including organization, government, to go green. You go green, you minimize all the things that you use that can affect or instigate the climate. So, and one of them is, take for instance, technology. We have so many vehicles around, so that the plants make use of. But nevertheless, the activities of human bringing a disaster, different kind of disaster, into the world. So if we don't act fast and do something about it, it will continue. We continue to experience some of things that is unexpected, like flooding, like increase in temperature, like hot weather, harmattan, excessive harmattan, or lack of harmattan.
What are some of the best ways to prevent green gas houses from polluting the atmosphere?
Number one, like I rightly said, is the activities of human being, reducing the consumption of gas, like petroleum, whatever. And how do I mean by that? You see, hardly any house in Nigeria does not have generator. So you can go solar. Solar energy, you have solar, you have inverter, so that you can convert the natural sun into energy by transferring it to your inverter and then use it to power your homes. And also by having a cool environment, having trees around, having vertical garden all over your wall, you have what is called gardens that can reduce the excessive heat in the atmosphere. That is number two. Number three is there are three: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So you reduce some of the things that we're doing that is affecting the global warming. One of them is you need 3 clothes. You go and buy 10. You know, indirectly, you have to iron it. You have to wash it. You have to do a lot of things to make sure that you keep those 10 clothes. So you reduce. And then recycle. You that when you are going for procurement of things, that do I really need? If you don't need it, you discard it. And then you also consider that can you reuse this thing you want to buy? If you buy a plastic now, you can actually, after using it, keep it somewhere, call those people that recycle it, give it to them and get money in exchange for that. So by so doing, you are mitigating against the climate change.
You know, this recycling you talked about, very crucial. But here in Nigeria, we don't seem to have a lot of energy towards it. I remember I've been keeping some plastics in my house, and I learned recently that there is this company or a set of people that go around the estate to buy them. I've called them like a couple of times. When are you coming? When are we? We've not been able to meet yet, and I've resorted to just throwing them away with the hope that the scavengers will pick them and sell to these people. So, how do we get to see more commitment towards renewables, recycling of plastics in this climate?
Number one is advocacy. We need to step up a lot of giving information that, look, most of these plastic that you're using, there are actually some people that collect them. Like in my company now, we have waste bag for plastic. We have for vegetable waste, and we also have for a waste that you can actually, like a paper and whatever, that you can actually recycle. So when they come, they just go directly, collect those things and give them away. You need to find out those people that engage or that are actually involved in collecting all those items. Otherwise, we continue to throw these things and they find their ways into our drainages and canal.
Okay. So you've talked to what sort of plants grow well in this part of the world? Well, let's focus on Lagos where we live. What sort of plants should a regular person in Lagos be thinking of planting that would grow with ease at all weather?
We have tropical plants, and there are quite many. Some of them, we have palms, we have trees like ficus, like Delonis regia, so many that you can mention of, like Bougainvillea. Bougainvillea at this season used to blossom. You have it flowering all over. And then we have palms like Queen's palm, King's palm, steel palm, bottle palm, that you can actually use in some of the aprons or setback to add aesthetics to our environment. And as regard trees, we have what is called a Terminalia mentalis, like the one we have over there, that has a very large crown of leaves. So you can use that for your boulevards, for your street, to actually mop up the carbon dioxide in the air, and also purify the air.
In the words of John Moore, for every walk with nature, one gets more than one seeks. We're talking nature here today. We're talking climate change on One, and we have none other than the environmentalist himself, Mr. Shola Adekoya, giving us all that we need to know about nature and how to embrace it for our own good and for the good of Mother Earth. Let's talk about net zero. One of the issues that came up in COP27. What do we know about net zero and what is it about?
It's about carbon credit. Carbon credit in the sense that most of those countries that produce a lot of carbon dioxide through their activities as volunteer to actually compensate by giving so much in terms of finances to also discourage some companies and countries that are engaged in producing a lot of carbon dioxide. Carbon credits is a way of buying your carbons off you. They pay for you if you reduce the number of carbon that you generate, then they pay you in compensation so that you actually reduce the amount of carbon you discharge into the atmosphere so that there won't be excessive carbon that will infiltrate the climate.
So industrialized countries are committed to providing $100 million, no, $100 billion,
$100 billion, yeah,
to developing countries as a result of this.
Yeah.
So is Nigeria benefiting from it, or will Nigeria benefit from it?
I wouldn't know, but you need to position yourself before you can harness such fund. There's a lot of criteria that you you have to meet before you can access those.
Because I imagine that when you're talking about developing countries that should benefit from such a thing, Nigeria should be one.
Nigeria
and
should
when
be
you're
one.
talking about nations that are industrialized nations that are responsible for high pollution, talking about China, talking about the US.
China, Russia,
Yeah.
United States of America. Yeah.
What would be your advice to an urban dweller in Lagos who has little or no space to plant flowers, to have gardens? How would you advise them to inculcate it and make it a part of their lives? Because they are limited in terms of space.
There's no way you will not have a little space where you can actually have some greenery around you. Even if it is your toilet, your bathroom, your sitting room, you can have greens within them. Then your wall, you can make use of your wall. Your balcony, you can actually hang some flowers in them. And there is this thing that is going on in advanced country now they call Neolithic life, whereby everything you do has to do with greenery. So I think Nigeria, we are far, far, far away from that. But it is not something hard. You can cultivate the habit of collecting maybe 2 or 3 plants every month. So when you get your salary, just, okay, let me just have a bit of some greens along my balcony, my walls, my kitchen, my bathroom. Before you know it, you have collections of close to 100. And if every individual cultivates such habit, you have a greener environment.
Okay, apart from the aesthetics and the good it does to the environment, let's take a look at the therapeutic powers of flowers and plants to the human being.
Mm-hmm.
How therapeutic is it to us as human beings?
You know, nature is incredible. When you are in the midst of plant, you feel calm, no stress. After much hustling and bustling, especially in the Lagos metropolis, you come back to your home, and then the next thing you see greens. You be calm. It's a sort of calmness. It gives you that calmness that, yes, you are in the midst of nature. There is no way you cannot compare the kind of breeze you are getting here with when you get outside there. So it calms you. Mm-hmm. Someone like me, when I'm distressed, I just go into my garden, talk to my plant, relate with them, look at the beauty, the creature, and say, God is wonderful. Nature is incredible. The structure, the texture, the color of plants, it goes a long way.
Mm-hmm. When you talk about talking to your plants, do you think that plants have a way of hearing and responding to human beings?
Definitely. If you have 2 plants, curse one and praise one. After some few months, go back. The one you are cursing will not do well. And the one you are praising and you are nurturing will continue to blossom. That is nature.
What is the psychology in that? How? Could you explain deeper how this is?
When you study the life of naturalists, you will see, number one thing you notice about them is they surround themselves with nature. And what do I mean? Plants, animals, you see butterflies, birds coming, like my house now. Every morning by 5 a.m., I used to be woken up by the noise of birds. They come around making different kind of noise, and I look out, wow, beautiful birds coming into my. So I feel relaxed. So that's what I'm saying, that naturalists surrounded themselves with plants, and it brings a lot of spiritual and natural aura to them.
Why did you go into gardening, and when did you start?
I went into gardening. I have a passion about gardening. I was passionate about it. And then I started by collecting plants right from my primary school days. So a friend of mine just told me that this was my uncle, a professor in UI. This is what it does. Then why can't you commercialize it? Then I increase the tempo, begin to collect, selling. The one I so much in love and very scarce, I keep them. So that's how I started about 30 something years ago. Let's say precisely 40 years ago.
How's the business been?
Is that
How is the business of gardening been?
yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad, despite the fact that the economy is biting out. There's a lot of inflation. The gardening is something that once you understand it and you position yourself and you know your audience, definitely you cannot lack. You make a living and you live well.
In this 30-something years of being a gardener, would you say that Nigerians have a good appreciation of nature compared with our counterparts in other parts of the world?
I will give Nigeria, let's say, 2%.
2%?
Yes.
2 out of 100.
Even less, even less than 2%, because most people that love gardens, they are among the affluents. Certain percentage of the affluents. Somebody who cannot afford 3 square meters will not think about gardening, will not think about having plants in his home. So it is common among the affluents, even very few among them. Those people that actually love nature, those people actually understand what nature meant, those people that have traveled far and they have seen the beauty of plants. So when they come back home, they want to improve their garden, they want to improve their homes. They call on us professionals, we advise them, this is what you have to have in your backyard garden. This is for your frontage garden. This is for your bedroom. This is for your this and that. Some just pick interest and they keep on collecting. There are some of our clients, some people out there that they even have more collections than we professionals. So I would say it's a function of passion, and then also when you believe in something, you go for it.
When you believe in something, you go for it.
Yeah.
Also, this 2% that you've given to Nigerians, I find it very alarming, and you are correct. You are correct. But can something be done about it to educate Nigerians, to enlighten them on the need to have plants around them? And they don't have to be expensive ones, do they?
No. We can encourage them by stepping up the advocacy, having radio, television program like what you're doing now, and also telling them the benefit of plants. Not only using plants to decorate, we have vegetables, we have medicinal plants that you can take first thing in the morning. I have a garden, I have an opposite garden there, where I take pawpaw every morning, and I take herbs to nourish my nerves and veins. Just boil them, and then take them first thing in the morning, and then last thing in the evening.
And you look fantastic. Do you mind if I ask your age?
I'm over 60.
Can you believe that? No, I mean, your tummy is not bulging. You're looking so smart, so lean, so good, fresh. Your skin is not cracking. Of course, black don't crack, but you look so good. And that can be and must be attributed to the nature that you surround yourself with and that you ingest every morning.
Definitely. I could vividly recollect that recollected that some years back, I used to fall sick. But when I embraced nature, taking all this up regularly, I've not patronized my doctor for over 12 years. But before, there was no month I will not go to the hospital. At times, my wife will rush me in the night to the hospital. But since I've been taking all these medicinal plants in proportion, I've nothing like headache, nothing like malaria, nothing like anything. Everything is intact. Okay. And I feel very strong.
Very strong. Well, at this point, I would have to ask for a tour of your garden. And this is just part of the gardens that you have. You have Shodex, and then this is your house, and you have another garden just opposite your house. So I would love us to have a tour of your gardens. Is that okay?
It is okay by me.
All right. Well, time has come for us to take a tour of his gardens to see these beautiful flowers he surrounded himself with all these years, and also some that he takes early in the morning to fix his system, which have helped him to look this good and this healthy over 60 years of age. Let's go, guys.
Pawpaw. You can see this one is ripe. If you don't mind, I can get you this one. This is what I take every morning.
Oh, wow.
So, madam, this is for you.
Thank you. My papa.
You have my fan, different kind of fan. See, these are my collections. I'm still planning to improve on the garden anyway.
It's been a beautiful tour of Mr. Shola Adekoya's garden, and I hope with a program such as this today on One and One, you've been inspired to go set up a garden. You have no excuse. Do not say you do not have space. He has said you can use your windows, your walls. Which other places did you say they can, use?
Your bathroom.
Your bathrooms.
Your
kitchen.
Your sitting room. Your balcony.
Surround yourself with nature. Nature is beautiful. It is healing. The colors and everything that comes with it. I am Maureen Menong-Wezibe. Many thanks for being a part of One on One today. Thank you so much for being our guest.
Thank you for having me.
See you next time.
You're welcome.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. So today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. We check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. Government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. When it started, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. So there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Then Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. And I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we go get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty, and what then is the work of the state government? We had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Good afternoon, I am Destiny Momo, and this is the news update. The candidate of the Boots Party, Mr. Olawale Oluo, who is a former commissioner under the immediate past administration of Governor Akinwumi Ambode in Lagos, says he escaped unhurt when he was reportedly shot at on Saturday. The Nigerian Police Force Lagos State Command reacted it was yet to see any empirical evidence to show any form of attack on supporters of the Labour Party in the Ekpe area of the state. A report has it that the Labour Party governorship candidate Gbadebo Rhodes Vival saying some of his supporters were attacked in the Ekpe local government area of the state, while attempts were also made on his life. Meanwhile, Oluwa is the candidate of the Boot Party for the March 18th governorship election, who recently formed alliance with the Labour Party. And the Lagos State Police spokesman Benjamin Hundain informs that although a report to that effect was made on Sunday, investigations revealed that there was no empirical evidence to show any such attack took place. Hundain said the divisional police officer of Ekpe division visited the scene to carry out an on-the-spot investigation, but that after hours of investigation, the team did not see any pointer that suggested an attack. And the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar are calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to comply with the order of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal (PEPT) and allow them carry out forensic examination of the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) machines and all information stored in the server IRF back-end clouds, among others. In a letter dated March 9, signed by its legal team led by Joe Kiari Gadzama SAN, the party recalled that the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja, presided over by Justice Shagboa Ikig, had granted the orders on March 3 in favor of PDP and Atiku. And meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) declared that no political parties have the right to analyze the bimodal voter registration system (BVAS). The INEC National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voter Education Committee Festus Okoye informs on this. The Commission deployed two new technologies, the IRF and BVAS, for the accreditation and electronic transmission of election results this year. However, INEC had come under severe criticism over its refusal to upload the election results from polling units. And the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu confirmed the discharge of 53 victims of an accident involving a bus and a train in the state. An Edo-bound passenger train crushed a Lagos State Government BRT staff bus at a PWD bus stop in the Ikeja area of the state last Thursday, with 6 people confirmed dead and 85 others injured. The governor, who disclosed these on his Twitter handle, said all the victims of the accident were treated by the state government. He expressed gratitude to everyone heeded to their call for blood donation, saying Lagosians demonstrated true humanity with over 256 units of blood donated, leading to swift action that saved lives. And the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the February 25, 2023 election, Peter Obi, condemns the reported killings of residents at Angwan Wakili community in the Zanga Kataf local government area of Kaduna State. He said in a statement on Sunday that high casualties were recorded in the attack. The former Anambra governor said some of the cardinal principles of his pact with Nigerians is to protect and fight insecurity to the barest minimum. Obi said he's always saddened by reports of violence, terror attacks in any part of Nigeria. And now the Aurora Consultative Forum, ACF, says the introduction of the Naira redesign policy has damaged the credentials of President Muhammadu Buhari. In a statement on Sunday, Murtala Aliyu, Secretary General of the forum, said the scarcity of cash in the country could lead to breakdown of law and order. The forum called on Buhari to respect the ruling of the Supreme Court, which says the old notes remain legal tender until December 31. It went further to rule that the unconstitutional use of powers by the president on the Naira redesign has breached the fundamental rights of Nigerian citizens in various ways. And also the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, who they were on Sunday, demanded the immediate arrest of the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, over their roles in the crisis trailing the redesign of Naira notes. The duo had come under severe criticism from Nigerians over the federal government's disregard for the Supreme Court's ruling on the redesign of the 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira notes. The Apex Bank on March 3 extended the validity of the old Naira notes till December 31. However, the silence of the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria on the ruling 10 days after it was delivered has provoked anger in the land, with many still reluctant to accept the old bank notes. The Ekiti and Kogi state governments last week threatened to prosecute individuals and businesses rejecting the old Naira notes in the state. And residents are lamenting the hardship they go through as the old 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira notes are yet to be accepted as legal tenders despite the Supreme Court's order. And that's on Street Views. Take a listen.
Because I don't have, even though as I stand, I don't have any much to eat, and my children is in the house now, and I used to beg 200 to eat, and it's not unfair. I'm not happy, because even though the 1,000 notes, they did not collect it in our hand, unless the 100 Naira and 200. We are begging our people to help us solve it out.
The new notes, irrespective of the gender and the equality, the new note is affecting majority of our people, including me also, because when I want to spend something like 2,000, they will be telling me that 800 Naira will be deducted from it. So the new note is really affecting us in a negative way. So I hope that it will not stay long before everything is sorted out and we go back to the status quo.
We want to use this time to implore the CBN to make a statement so that people can be collecting the money. So since the Supreme Court has adjudicated that they should be collecting it, so we implore the CBN to do the same thing to tell people to start collecting the money.
Some people are still collecting, but not as it ought to be. But I believe maybe after the governorship election, many people will begin to collect it. So I believe maybe they are waiting for because the presidency has not said anything about it. So I hope after the governorship election, they will say something about it.
I wish as we are going like this, because it's better than to even have the 1,000 or 500 Naira notes. The 200 Naira and 100 Naira and 50 Naira is okay. And it's the best. Because for we now to see, we can see dollar has come down now. Understand? So that is the first issue we have to know. And now when we are using 200 Naira or 100 Naira or 50 Naira, nobody will go to ATM and say he wants to withdraw 100,000 anymore. Yes, he withdraw 10 or 20 because he cannot pack it in his pocket. It will swell up. So and by that time, ATM will be free. If you want to buy anything, use your ATM and pay. You make transfer.
The economy is in shambles. I have money, but I cannot even to eat. No, I cannot eat. I'm telling you. I went round, POS, no money. And the old Naira note, you know, is the executive order. Buhari have given executive order. The executive order supersedes anything. Despite the court order, well, executive order, they have nothing to do rather than to wait for announcement from the central bank. If we give order that they should be collecting, then there's no problem.
And now from Street Views, we're moving on to other parts of Africa. And at the Democratic Republic of Congo, suspected Islamist militants killed at least 19 people and burned a medical facility in a raid on a village in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo early on Sunday morning, and two regional officials and residents say. And the attack, which occurred around 1 a.m. in the village of Kirindera in North Kivu province, took place just a few kilometers from another attack on a village that killed at least 35 people last week. And from news outside Africa, U.S. officials stopped hundreds of mostly Venezuelan migrants entering the country from Mexico on Sunday, March 12, after a large group broke through Mexican lines to demand asylum in the U.S., only to be thwarted by barbed wire barriers and shields. And frustrated with problems securing appointments to seek asylum using a new U.S. government app, the migrants gathered at the frontier in the Mexican border city of Ciudad Juarez, but could not breach the crossing connecting the two countries. And many of the migrants had small children with them. Moving on to business news, Nigeria's economy is grinding to a halt and has lost about 20 trillion naira following the over 70% mop-up of cash by the federal government through the Central Bank of Nigeria. A new report by an economic think tank, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, said on Sunday. And it said the protracted acute cash scarcity had not only crippled economic activities across the country, but was now a major risk to the livelihoods of most Nigerians. Millions of citizens have slipped into penury and destitution as a result of the disruptions and tribulations perpetrated by the currency redesign policy, especially the mopping up of over 70% of cash in the economy, according to the director CPPE, Dr. Mude Yusuf, while he reacted to the currency redesign policy. Calling for an urgent intervention by the President Muhammadu Buhari, he stressed that Nigerians have not been this traumatized in recent history as the economy is gradually grinding to a halt because of the collapse of payment systems across all platforms. Digital platforms are performing suboptimally because of congestion, and physical cash is unavailable because the CBN has sucked away over 70% of cash in the economy, and the expected relief from the Supreme Court judgment has not materialized. And now on entertainment news, Ara Star is of the opinion that female artists are usually not held to the same standards as their male colleagues. In an interview, the Stability songstress said that she is grateful to the women who came before her, who paved the way because of them, that she's not dealing with so much. However, there is still that issue of female artists being scrutinized more than their male colleagues. And female artists are not held to the same standards as the males. And she also spoke about a review of her new song, Stability. Arastar also revealed she is not under pressure to release hit songs. And on sports news, Russian Andrei Rublev fought back from an opening break to defeat Francis Ugo Humbert 7-5, 6-3 and book a spot on the Indian Wells round of 16 Sunday match afternoon in the Californian desert. And sixth-seeded Rublev will now take on 10th-seeded Cameron Norrie after the Brits rallied from a set down to beat Japanese player Taro Daniel 6-7, 7-5, 6-2. German 12th seed Alexander Zverev also needed 3 sets to get past unseeded Finn Emil and Rusovori, but will next face 5th-seeded Daniil Medvedev after the Russian defeated countryman Ilya Ivashka 6-2, 3-6, 6-1 in the final stadium match of the night. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. And you can also view us from Limex and Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sanko and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true through Essay Ezinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
On this episode, on One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Aziz Abida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Amda.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, like, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3, 4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis, and it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It will be difficult.
Okay, well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view. That, okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, no. We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, to ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible, but the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some. They're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the... I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character at the end of the
true.
day.
I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've... leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that say, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy, I can tell you. When I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how do you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balance in everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games. I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe... I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you've talked about... So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they cannot worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. Imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us, talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. You know, I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things are they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and
True.
it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you a follow-up question to that. Like, how
Please,
do
go
you ensure?
ahead.
Because, you know, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
Explain to her.
okay, you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're like going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh, wow.
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things, because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the great resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go, because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to. But if it's the other way, as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because culture, you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now.
Yeah.
We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. I could spend more time with my wife and, at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family,
time in traffic.
You could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day. And I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he will produce more for the company. So yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there any...
That's like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash, where we like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort. A lot of times, you need to basically is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently. It's a
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are most aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kenya Rwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kenya Rwanda. But when as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kenya Rwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been it's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scenes. Thank you very much for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Femino Ajikwe.
That is not good for the government to do that anyway. That is what I felt. Because in a forest, you must have a big monkey there. Understand? In a group of people, you must have one that is bad. Not everybody is bad. If you find a school that is not capable of holding children, it is to close down that school and leave others carry on their business.
My validation on the issue of Hanifa's death is actually medicine after death. Now that the Kano State government is requesting for maybe the licenses of private school, really, but to me it should have been done in a different way. This thing should have been put in place before now. And to me as a parent, I felt the pain of the mother, like watching your child go through that pain and being murdered just like that. No, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Justice should be given.
No. We cannot take justice that way, because it is the fingers that sin that should be prosecuted. And if the other schools can meet up with criteria and conditions of their services, I think they should be allowed to exist.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve, made in the early 80s, still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost put paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness. I got a bit scared at first, but I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, you are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUTH or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at a very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD as supervisor that, look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, we did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a maker of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in the school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million.
Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow, so that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́. Ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà mọ́ ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nànà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Gbàyẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àtẹnírà àtẹníntà a lè 105 lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin a kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholsterer weather oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí ń ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7 a parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wa yìí ṣe tó yẹ àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí bí tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwà kíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé òkè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn òun lọ́nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbòrùn rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pè nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pè nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ owó ìgbàlẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ń bí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé déta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi igi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi bọ́ọ̀dù plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wọ́n produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi wẹ́n ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I have the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to
myself for elected post is to put an end to some of these issues I discovered in the course of my banking career. And so many other things like that. I work with the market women too, and I know how they suffer to get funds to do their businesses. Being a banker, I interacted with so many funding organizations that do lowest interest rate for developing countries. And I think I can also bring that to cost when I'm elected as a member of House of Assembly.
Okay, the problems that you have identified border on agriculture and economy and all that. What other things have you seen, have you identified in Abeokuta North constituency that you think you can address when you get there?
Yeah, my local government, our system works. 12 of the wards are in the urban areas, while the 4 are in the rural areas. The 4 in the rural areas, what they go through on daily basis to make a living is very, very tasking. And a person who has the feelings of others at heart, we also want to find solutions to some of these problems. And you cannot do it except you are in an elective position that you can move forward some of these issues to be considered in the House, and others who are also part of you can also reason along with you and find solutions to them. That's one. Secondly, the youth in my local government currently, as it affects almost all the country, all parts of the country, they are jobless. We have to find a way to bring them to sense. Some of them in fact, some of them are, they have ideas that can propel this country forward. There must be a way to bring all of them together and reason with them and make a policy that will help them to grow in life.
Well, sometimes in the political space, what a lot of people are interested in is antecedents. Since you're trying to come into that political space and be the member representing Abeokuta North constituency, so many people would like to know who you are. What are the antecedents that you think will make people vote for you?
Okay, my name is Tafik Oladare Engineer. I'm from Odekombe family in Agorodo, Abeokuta North of Ogun State. I was born over 50 years ago. Had my primary education, Jehovah Shalom Primary School, Morocco, Lagos.
Yeah, before we go into all that, before we go into all that,
university education. I'm going for that. It's a background.
Okay.
So, my university education, Olabisi Banjo University. In my early age, after the university, I was into banking for 28 years before I resigned. And my political journey started in 2016. However, before then, I've been to other partisan politics, but a full-time politics I started in 2016. And by 2019, I contested for House of Assembly in Abeokuta, not under Action Democratic Party, which I did not win. After 2019, I joined PDP, and then I was able to also pick the ticket again. That's the background.
Well, thank you for the background. Now, we've heard, because we're concerned about your chances in that election, the SDP, we have heard, has endorsed the PDP candidate, Ladi Adebutu. Meanwhile, the LP has endorsed the APC candidate, Dapo Abiodun, who happens to be the incumbent right now in Ogun State.
Incumbent, yeah.
How do you think that would play out, knowing that LP is like the beautiful bride now? LP is like the most valuable player in 2023, according to some people, 2023 elections. That is a formidable force that you are contending with. How do you think your chances are in the forthcoming election on the 18th of March 2023?
In my local government, the total number of votes casted for Labour Party, we know the figure. And in Ogun State too, if we sum them up, we know what the figures are. So that does not mean because they have won in Lagos State and the rest, that means they have won in all parts of the country. In Ogun State, they have marginal figures. So it's not a threat. It's not a threat to us. It's not a threat.
So the PDP chances are high, according to what you are saying.
Very, very high.
But you're contending with an incumbent
our
governor.
Governorship candidate, Adebutu, is a man of the people, I can tell you. I can assure you, this time next week, when we will be at the peak of the preparation, the rating by them will tell you that PDP will win Ogun State.
If Adebutu is a man of the people, what are those things that you think will make the people really vote for him? What are the things that you think people love about him that will make him vote for him and his party, which you also are a part of? Because if it affects him, it affects you too.
Yes, he's a philanthropist by excellence. He has never been an executive man in any government establishment. And what he does in terms of welfare, evangelism of the people, he has no equal in Ogun State. I can tell you the transformers that he has donated to so many communities is over 300. It's over 300. And you can, and he has done those things without looking back. He's not the person that will expect returns from those things or people to pay him. He's just fortunate that he's contesting now. He has done that in the past 10, 15 years. He has done that on his own. He believes in human welfare. And woman, people must live well. So that I speak for him, and he's paying for the party.
Okay, 18th of March is still some days away. Are we looking at more alignments and realignments with some parties, more collaborations with other parties, or you're just comfortable with the SDP endorsing your candidate and that's all? Are you in talks with other parties?
Politics is a continuous exercise. We'll keep on talking. Today, before I'm live now, we are just coming from a place. We have gone to talk to one of our leading leaders in the state too. And then the governor is there with him. And so many other groups like that, we have talked to them. We'll keep on talking. We'll keep on talking with the other political parties that are interested in us, the ADC and the rest. We'll keep on talking. 24 hours in politics is a long time. So many of the things you are hearing now, this and this, within 24 hours, the the goalpost can still change.
Interesting. Politicians can never cease to amaze me with their abracadabra that they do. But now, PDP is going into an election with the incumbent. APC is on the throne, as it were, and there are so many other parties, no matter how small they might be. But you're going into this election brandishing a manifesto, which others are also brandishing anyway. What is it in your manifesto, the PDP manifesto, that is different from all the other ones that other parties will show the people? What are the things that you intend to do as a party that gives you an upper hand, as it were?
Our slogan is food for all. Food for all. And you know, another says, when you have food, half of your problem is solved. When you are well fed, half of your problem is. So we are going to full-scale agriculture that will provide food for everybody at affordable rate. And that is the most important. People are hungry now. You know, people are hungry. Cost of living. In fact, you know what the country is, the state is. So we know what we are saying. Once we are sworn in May 29, we will quickly move into action, and then before 6 months, we will start seeing the effect of our governance.
How do you intend to do that?
Food
on the table is very vague. It's like in the other time, in the one administration that said stomach infrastructure. That's how it is sounding. Eventually, he was also a PDP governor. Now, when you say food on the table, how are you going to do it? Is it that you're going to give us a fada rice, or you're going to give us gari on our table?
No, I just told you.
What strategies are you going to use to provide the food on the table?
Once everybody, yes, you know, for us, you know, once the conditions for people to do their business is well spelled out, people will take advantage of it, and will start. Those who want to do farming will go. Those who want to do business, those who want to do trading, those who want to do this will do. Once the environment, for instance, now, if farmers have rights to loans to improve to spend on their farms in 6 months, in a year, the output will be better than what it is today. Once market women can get loans from banks at the lowest rates, or from our agency at lowest rates, their business will improve. Once youth also can go into any vocational training or whatever that they want in life, and there is support from government for them, the things will change, and everybody will have money in their pocket. And once you have money in your pocket, you will have food on your table. It's the environment, is the policy. Once the policy is flexible for everybody to key into everybody. We are in this country when PDP ruled in 1999 to date. You know how the policy is. But once people are not satisfied with a good husband, and they go and marry another one, and they start getting beaten by the other one, they will know that one is better than the other.
Okay, we were just afraid that, at the national level, you had problems, and those problems were not addressed, and those problems may have contributed to your performance at the national level. I hope it's not going to be the same at the state level that we're talking about right now. We wish you luck, you and your party. We wish you luck, and may the best man win. That's all we can say. Power comes from God, as we say. Thank you so much.
I'm the best one, I will win. I'm the best one, I will win.
Thank you, Taofeek Ogunjimi, for coming on the program today.
Thank you.
Okay. We've been talking with Taofeek Ogunjimi, PDP House of Assembly candidate, Abeokuta North constituency, and that's how we wrap it up today on the show. We leave you with highlights of the week. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
members of the Labour Party as of today are already identifying with the PDP. We are only talking about the candidate himself. The candidate himself has internal issue within the party to resolve. And it has nothing to do with us, and we not want to get into it.
Okay.
We don't want to be involved in that internal issue of the Labour Party.
Okay.
But as many members of the Labour Party in Lagos State who are willing, who are out there to support in dislodging the demon that have held the state by the jugular over the 24 years, of course, we are hoping to welcome them and work with them to deliver and rescue Lagos State.
It is you and I that cause distrust of the judiciary. And it is people like PDP element, like people in PDP. When I say you and I, I'm not talking about you in person. I'm talking about the average Nigerian, about our people. It is only when it pays us that democracy is flourishing. The moment we don't get the results we anticipate, we say democracy is under attack, democracy is under a siege.
No, it's not over. I made a promise when I became 50 years old last year that I will spend the rest of my life serving the country. So I've spent 50 years growing up and taking care of myself, so I'm fine. So I will spend the rest of my life serving the country. But serving the country is not always that you must serve the government. What I'm doing now is public service, I believe so. And we have said enough, not only me, other people.
So all of this that INEC is doing is really medicine after death. These elections have been really below the standard, whether international or even African standard. But of course, we've had some bodies like ECOWAS and the African Union and the Commonwealth saying that they were largely peaceful. I mean, former President Thabo Mbeki said that, and also President former President Koroma of Sierra Leone. But as a party, we believe that these elections, the presidential elections, have not been conducted in the manner and way that INEC, particularly the chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, told us, that the results will be uploaded from the polling units to the IREF.
So I think preventing conflict is going to have a lot to do with INEC being more transparent about how it is handling this material. What is it going to do when it tries to wipe the BVAS machines in preparation for the gubernatorial elections? It's promising to have all that backup data available. I think INEC is going to need to be much more transparent than it has been so far in this process. I think a lot of the conflict and violence that we've seen so far was a result in part because INEC was not especially transparent about this data over recent days. I think if INEC had been a little bit more straightforward about what was happening, a lot could have been prevented.
This election, left to me as a person, is probably the fairest election in the history of this country. And I'll give you a few reasons why. This is the first time that seven governors have failed in their bid to go and retire in the Senate. 7. Of these 7 governors, I've not seen one of them to come out to say I was unfairly beaten, because they knew they were beaten fair and square. In Nasarawa, the former governor of Nasarawa lost his election to an SDP member. SDP.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashwi. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashwi, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashwi, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ogumosho during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara Abeokuta, where my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in performing arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kíni o. Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning cars. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my cars. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, "Lọ mú àdáwá kó wá gé ìtàkùn tó fẹsẹ̀ kọ lẹ́ǹkan," meaning, go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, "Sorry, sir." That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right, and it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to you. I am Kimberly Obiabo. This is the news update. A fire outbreak that began at midnight on Monday has raised shops at a popular commodity market, Single Market in Kano State. The fire, according to eyewitnesses, could not be controlled until around 8 a.m. Firefighters alongside marketers worked to bring the situation under control and quench the fire from spreading to other places. One of the marketers, Abubakar Aminu, whose shop was burned, said he received a call from gatemen around 1:15 a.m., but when he arrived at the market around 2 a.m., his shop was ablaze and he could not salvage any goods. He further said the fire spread to 3 more plazas housing over 100 shops stored with goods worth millions of naira. This is the third fire outbreak within 2 months in major markets in the state. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has called on residents, business owners and especially retailers to accept the old 500 and 1,000 naira notes in line with the Supreme Court judgment which ruled that the currency remains legal tender until December 31, 2023. Sanwo-Olu made a call in a statement through the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotoshon, yesterday. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu called on business owners, especially retailers, to accept the old notes, urging all agencies of the Lagos State government not to reject payments made with the old currency by the public. Meanwhile, the governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, urges the state residents to transact with the old naira notes and report banks that refuse to accept the notes. Making the announcement on his Facebook page on Monday, Soludo noted that the CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, confirmed to him that commercial banks could dispense and accept old notes from customers, as he says the governor of the CBN gave the directive at a bankers committee meeting held on Sunday, 12th March 2023. The Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, on Sunday demanded the immediate arrest of the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, over their roles in the crisis trailing the redesign of naira notes. The duo had come under severe criticisms from Nigerians over the federal government's disregard for the Supreme Court ruling on the redesign of the 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes. The Apex Bank on March 3rd extended the validity of the old naira notes till December 31. However, the silence of the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, on the ruling 10 days after it was delivered has provoked anger in the land, that with many still reluctant to accept the old banknotes. The Ekiti and Kogi States government last week threatened to persecute individuals and businesses rejecting the old naira notes in the state. The Nigeria Civil Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, says it will continue to arrest and prosecute those involved in the production and circulation of fake redesigned naira notes. Commandant General said the number of cases of fake naira note circulation had become worrisome. NSCDC said it arrested members of 2 syndicate groups allegedly involved in the production and distribution of counterfeit United States dollar, USD, and new naira notes. Audi warned perpetrators to desist from the act, adding that the Corps would not relent but continue to arrest and prosecute those involved in economic sabotage of the country. He said while interrogating most of the arrested suspects, it was deduced that the alleged fraudsters took advantage of the low circulation of the redesigned naira notes to massively produce counterfeit notes. The Nigeria Police Force NPF Lagos State Command on Sunday said it had yet to see any empirical evidence to show any form of attack on supporters of the Labour Party in the Ekpe area of the state. A former commissioner under the immediate past administration of Governor Akinwumi Ambode in Lagos, Olawale Olowo, had said he escaped unhurt when he was reportedly shot at on Saturday. The Labour Party governorship candidate Gbadebo Rolls-Viver had reportedly said some of his supporters were attacked in the Ekpe local government area of the state, while attempts were also made on his life. Meanwhile, Olowo, the candidate of the Boot Party for the March 18 governorship election, recently collapsed the structure for the Labour Party. He said it was with a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, Nohim Balogun, who was the opposition party's House of Representatives Ekpe Federal Constituency candidate and other stalwarts at the campaign. Also, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, says he has no grudges with the President-elect Bola Tinubu regarding his declaration by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as the winner of the 2023 presidential election. Obi stated this while speaking in an interview on Monday. Obi, who said he has respect for Tinubu as a brother and regards him as a father, added that he was only challenging the process through which INEC declared him as the president-elect. He said his party is committed to a new Nigeria in which everything must be done right. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) said that reconfiguration of the bimodal voter registration system (BVAS) would be completed by Tuesday in preparation for the March 18 governorship and state assembly elections. The National Commissioner of INEC, Festus Okoye, disclosed this in an interview on Monday. Okoye added that over 170,000 polling units results of the February 25th presidential and National Assembly elections have been uploaded on its result viewing portal, IREV. Meanwhile, Okoye maintained that no political party will be allowed to look into the brain of the bimodal voter registration systems used for voter accreditation and electronic transmission of votes. He said the court judgment that voters could use their temporary voters' cards to vote is not applicable for all Nigerians, but for the individuals who went to court. Residents are lamenting the hardship they go through as the old 500 and 1,000 naira notes are yet to be accepted as legal tenders despite the Supreme Court's order. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
Because I don't have, even though as I stand, I don't have any much to eat, and my children is in the house now, and I used to beg 200 to eat, and it's not unfair. I'm not happy because even though the 1,000 notes, they did not collect it in our hand, unless the 100 naira and 200. We are begging our people to help us solve it out.
The new notes, irrespective of the gender and the equality, the new note is affecting majority of our people, including me also, because when I want to spend something like 2,000, they will be telling me that 800 naira will be deducted from it. So the new note is really affecting us in a negative way. So I hope that it will not stay long before everything is sorted out and we go back to the status quo.
We want to use this time to implore the CBN to make a statement so that people can be collecting the money. So since the Supreme Court has adjudicated that they should be collecting it, so we implore the CBN to do the same thing to tell people to start collecting the money.
Some people are still collecting, but not as it ought to be. But I believe maybe after the governorship election, many people will begin to collect it. So I believe maybe they are waiting for because the president has not said anything about it. So I hope after the governorship election, they will say something about it.
I wish as we are going like this, because it's better than to even have the 1,000 or 500 naira notes. The 200 naira and 100 naira and 50 naira is okay, and it's the best. Because for we now to see, we can see dollar has come down now. Understand? So that is the first issue we have to know. And now when we are using 200 naira or 100 naira or 50 naira, nobody will go to ATM and say he wants to withdraw 100,000 anymore. Yes, he withdraw 10 or 20 because he cannot pack it in his pocket. He will swell up. So and by that time, ATM will be free. If you want to buy anything, use your ATM and pay. You make transfer.
The economy is in shambles. I have money, but I cannot even to eat. No, I cannot eat. I'm telling you. I went round, POS, no money. And the old Naira note, you know, is the executive order. Buhari have given executive order. The executive order supersedes anything. Despite the court order, well, executive order, they have nothing to do rather than to wait for announcement from the central bank. If we give order that they should be collecting, then there's no problem.
To other parts of Africa, at the Democratic Republic of Congo, suspected Islamist militants killed at least 19 people and burned a medical facility in a raid on a village in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Early on Sunday morning, 2 regional officials and a resident said the attack, which occurred around 1 a.m. GMT in the village of Kirindera in North Kivu province, took place just a few kilometers from another attack on a village that killed at least 35 people last week. Outside Africa, thousands of junior doctors in Britain walked out on Monday in a 3-day strike that will disrupt patient care as they protest over pay they say can work out at less per hour than a barrister. The strike is the latest